You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
Armchair.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
Mama Cokes.
Do you have any idea how important this is? You're trying to save the pump up. Really? This is what you're doing?
Chief, what do you want to do tonight?
The same thing we do every night. Try to take over the world.
106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Armchair. YouTube Live.
Radio station.
The radio station you can call your own. Do you know what listeners like about our station?
I like everything. It's always on my radio. We never stop the music, except for now, when I talk.
You're listening to Braves Country with Mac McGee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We're here live weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key, and simulcasting on YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Your first choice for Southern sports. Hi, I'm Mac McGee. I don't know much, but I know one thing. The new iPhone Apple update, whatever the hell you want to call it, sucks the big one. Good night, Irene.
Armchair.
Community Access Channel.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man.
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Hope your day is going to or is going grand. And hopefully tonight we get ourselves a pretty good football game. We're going to get into, jump the show off in this hour, we're going to get into the lines going into the weekend, as we've got a lot of football to talk about here and a lot of lines to look at in the NFL, in college football. Since we've been doing this particular run right here, we've been doing pretty good. Pretty good. We are 38, 24, and 2 against the spread since we started this just a few weeks ago. As y'all know, we do the 12-pack every week. Last week, we actually gave you 16 because you had such a heavy slate on Thursday, etc. But we're back to 12 this week. This may be the last 12 we do, because when you get into, depending on how the bowl games play out, I can't imagine doing more than about 6 or 8 per week, because you're getting into the NFL slate and being handicapped by the fact that you'll only have the NFL games to pick from. But when you have the bowl games rolling into the weekend, we will pick those as well. But as we all know, the bowl games pretty inconsistent on what day of the week they play, and so we have to go from there. All right, let's go ahead and get into the ones that we already picked. We did this earlier in the week. Couple of teasers we gave you, just kind of wet your whistle. We gave you the Miami Dolphins versus the Washington football team, and we gave you the over on a teaser at 44.5. We gave you Washington in that same game teaser to take Washington to plus 15.5. Really like that one. And then we took the Jets and Falcons game, took the under to 39.5 on the teaser, and that compiled with Pittsburgh, who was a 5.5 point favorite. We just took Pittsburgh to win outright on that teaser, getting the 6 points. For folks who aren't familiar with teasers, they are a parlay that you get extra points with typically 6-point teasers. Now, people will play 7 and 8 and 9, but the ones we always will give you will always be a 6-point teaser, because typically your book is going to give you somewhere between minus 120, minus 125, somewhere in that neighborhood on the odds. We don't like to give you big time long teasers, high teasers. A long teaser would be several teams. We typically just give you a 2-game teaser or a 2-play teaser. It could be the same game, but just like the Miami and Washington game where we took the point spread, but we also took the over-under. And then as far as the Atlanta Jets game and the Pittsburgh game, those are 2 different games, so it's a 2-team teaser. I will play 3-team teasers, 4-team teasers on my own, but I won't give you those because they are too difficult to hit, and they're not, from a betting perspective, if you talk to any kind of professional gambler, they will flat out tell you that doing the multiple team teasers over time, you'll eventually spit the bet. So when I do a teaser, I like to keep it simple. And yeah, like I said, there's usually options to go 8 or 9 points. And a lot of folks like to do that. The problem with that is you are risking quite a bit to get very little back. And that's not the name of the game in the world of sports betting. So there you have that. That begins us. And let's go ahead and get into this as we go through. Now, we're going to do this chronologically. So we're going to do college football first. Then we'll get into the NFL this hour. And we will be diving into this. Well, obviously, in the college football world, there are championship games going on in college football, conference championship games all over the place. In fact, we've got, a couple of them right here on Friday night as it gets rolling. So a lot of folks may not realize that there's another game other than the Pac-12 championship game, which is Liberty and New Mexico State. Liberty and New Mexico State. New Mexico State is getting 11 points. The over is 56.5. This is the first one I'm going to give you in the college slate. I'm going to take New Mexico State plus 11 points because I believe that they're going to be able to hang in there with Liberty. Liberty is undefeated. I get that. It's in the game's in Lynchburg. I get that. But 11 points is a big, big ask. And when you look at this and you start diving into who these teams are, look, Liberty's been good for several years. Even with the loss of Hugh Freeze going to Auburn, Liberty has continued to put up big-time scores, and they are a team that, look, when it's all said and done, you got to respect what Liberty has done. They're 12-0. They're 8-0 in Conference USA. So I'm not taking anything away from Liberty per se, and they do score a ton of points. But here's one of the more interesting things. If you look at Liberty, and they routinely score into the 40s and into the 50s. And you look at New Mexico State, they are 10-3 and 7-1 in conference. This is the same team that smoked Auburn at Auburn. This team scores a lot of points. And so you've got Liberty giving up 11 points. You also have an over-under that's really gettable at 56.5. So I'm going to split the difference on this, and I'm going to go ahead and take the 6-point teaser with New Mexico State, push that 11 all the way up to 17, and give me the over-under to then be 50.5 with Liberty and New Mexico State. The same game parlay. I like that one a lot. The other game that night, Oregon and Washington. The Oregon Ducks are a 9.5-point favorite. The over-under in this game is 65.5. really is unbelievable that they are a 9.5 point favorite going into a game where they lost to Washington earlier in the year, but they did lose the game at Washington, and I think that's what factors in this. Plus, Oregon has played incredible football. Washington has found a way to win every week, but they haven't been dominant. I think that's where a lot of your prognosticators and your handicappers are looking at a 9.5 point dog and such a high over under. Oregon and Washington, they're going to be trying to impress the committee. Oregon and Washington are going to be facing off in Las Vegas. So this is a neutral site game. This is not one of these conferences that, you know, a lot of your smaller conferences, they will have the higher seed host the game. So you got a couple of things going on here. You've got Oregon and Washington, which the first game was in Washington. Now it's going to be at Vegas. And you got to figure it's going to be pretty close to a 50-50 split as far as fans are there. The other thing, the elements are pretty much out of it, right? This game is being played in Washington, Oregon. You'd be checking the weather, but there in Vegas, they're going to be playing at the Las Vegas Raiders' new facility. If there's any threat, they got a dome that they can cover. So you don't have to worry about that. You don't have to worry about a lot of things going on in this game. And the models that I've looked at really like Oregon minus the 9.5. I'm really, really gun shy to give up that many points. But it is what it is. They are predicting that minus 9.5 is the play. You look at the quarters, Oregon minus 3 in the first quarter, and they are minus 5.5 in the first half. The over-under in the first quarter, by the way, is 14.5. The over-under for the first half is 33 as opposed to 65.5. So pretty much split down the middle. Sometimes you get a lean one way or the other. And on top of that, you've got the point differential where Oregon is expected, their over-under is 38.5. Washington's over-under is 27.5. And they are expecting points because if you take the over with Washington, it's minus 130. If you take the under, it's even Steven. 27.5. So what's the play here? You know, you're looking all over. You're trying to figure which way to go. If you're looking at the total points for both teams, Oregon's 19.5 in the first half. Washington's 13.5. First quarter, Washington is 6.5. So a touchdown gets you in. And with Oregon, you're going to need a touchdown and an added score because it's 8.5 points. So looking at all this, trying to decide which number to go with, I'm going to tell you where I'm going to go with this. Because I do believe that Oregon has a pretty good defense. And I do believe Oregon is going to dictate a lot of things in this game, including they're going to be able to, I believe they're going to be able to get a lead. They're going to try to sit on it in the second half. And Washington's offense has been very up and down. So the play I'm going to take is I'm going to take the University of Washington under 27.5 points. I just don't believe that they are going to get 27.5 points for the entire game. 27.5 points. You're talking about basically having to score a touchdown per quarter to beat that. And Oregon has just been flat out dominant. So there are your first two plays for today. Washington minus 27.5, or the 27.5. I'm taking the under for the game. And I'm taking the teaser on New Mexico State and the over in Liberty, New Mexico State. And that is your Friday action. We're going to go ahead and take a really quick break. When we come back, we're going to dive into the Saturday games and give all the spreads on these. And there's a lot of ways to go on this. You've got the Big 12 championship game at noon. You've got the Mountain West championship game at 3. So Big 12 championship game is Oklahoma State, Texas. Boise State, UNLV at 3 o'clock. Appalachian State and Troy at 4 o'clock for the Sun Belt. Georgia, Alabama, 4 o'clock in the SEC. SMU, Tulane in the American at 4 o'clock. Louisville, Florida State, very short number on that, 8 o'clock in Charlotte. Michigan, Iowa, a huge line there. And a hell of a lot more. We will be back in a flash, along with our NFL picks. Keep it locked in here on WQEE and Braves Country Radio. This is probably the most exciting weekend for college football. And if you're a betting man or gal, this is absolutely heaven. We'll be back in a flash.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes 1 free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
At the tone, leave your name and message. I'll get back to you.
This is Shirley from the bank. The answers are no, no, and yes. No, we won't loan you money. No, we won't accept any cosigners. And yes, your account's overdrawn. I get off at 4:30.
Welcome back. Aaron J. Phillips, Deadspin. You see this idiot trying to shame this kid for wearing war paint at a Kansas City Chiefs game? I'm sure you've seen it. He tried to spin it as very fitting that this was coming from Deadspin, because he tried to spin it as that he was wearing blackface. And mind you, this is an 8-9-year-old kid, because the picture he used only showed half of his face. The other half of his face was red. He was in Kansas City Chiefs colors. Come to find out, so the parent of the child has spoken out, and the mom has came out and confirmed that the kid is actually Native American heritage. So not only was a stupid, dumbass take by Karen, another Karen, right? By Karen J. Phillips. If you go through a lot of his social media and his particular, he has a bunch of different articles where he is rambling on nonsensical. Basically, what he is a clickbait master, and he's trying to do whatever he can to get clicks. And he has gone as much as to say that he does what he does to get clicks, and so he goes after white males. I think he even used the term old white males or whatever. But it's even worse when you're going after an 8-year-old kid. And I'm telling you right now, that's the line that people aren't going. You know, a lot of adults can just shrug it off and go, you're an idiot, you're a moron, whatever. But when you go after a kid, that's going to be the part where Mr. Karen is going to be in for a rude awakening. Anyways, we move on. I saw it, and the first thing I saw, I just kind of rolled my eyes. I was like, what an idiot. I mean, just full-blown moron. Anyways, back to the rest of the story. And if you fall in line and believe that Phillips has a point, I will not apologize for you being a knuckle-dragging moron. So There you go. Let's move on. Let's get into the college football world. Saturday afternoon. It doesn't get much better than this. Now we're going to have kind of the appetizer. I realize not a lot of folks are going to dial into the Miami of Ohio versus Toledo game. I'm included in that. At noon, Miami of Ohio versus Toledo in Detroit, Michigan for the MAC championship. Toledo, by the way, is an 8-point favorite. Over-under is 44. I don't have one that I'm going to give you a lock on this game, but I will say this. If I was leaning, I would lean towards the over. These two teams should be able to put up more than 44, but it's a stay-away game for me. Can't pick every game. Oklahoma State, Texas. Oklahoma State, Texas. Texas is 15.5-point favorite. The over-under in this game is 54.5, which isn't particularly high in college football. The team totals, Oklahoma State 20.5, Texas 34.5. The team totals for the first half, this is the one I really like. I'm going to take Oklahoma State in the first half to get over 9.5 points. I just feel like this is going to be a game where two teams are really going to move the ball. And I just have to get two scores out of Oklahoma, one of them being a touchdown, to beat this out. And I am going to ride this all the way to the ticket window. I just believe that this is going to be a game they're going to come out firing. The game is in Jerry's World, by the way, Arlington, Texas. I think I failed to mention that. And noon kickoff. These Big 12 championship games are usually fairly high scoring, but I want to jump on the early line of it, the early meaning the first half, and away you go. If there was a line I was going to particularly be siding on as far as if you're wanting the overall game, you got to take a look at the fact that 15.5 points is a lot of points to cover in a conference championship game for Texas. Texas has been very, very impressive. And if they win and any of the undefeateds fall, Texas is probably punching their ticket. By the way, I was listening to Paul Feinbaum. God, what an idiot. I was listening to him, I believe it was Wednesday afternoon, and they were debating, and he's just got the same tired argument. They were debating that if your three undefeateds, Michigan, Washington, Florida State, all win on Saturday and Friday, which I don't believe that's going to happen. But if it were to happen and Alabama were to beat Georgia, would you put both SEC teams in? And you got these two idiots who don't know anything about college football, or three idiots, really. But I will say this. Chris Russo gave the best argument of any of them. Stephen A. Smith, Paul Feinbaum, and Russo, and they're going around and around. And Feinbaum actually said these words. He said, it's about putting the best teams in. If we weren't going to do that, then why even play the games? But then his counter argument off of that was, you're going to put Alabama and Georgia in, and anybody else above a Washington or a Florida State that goes undefeated, just because you believe they're the better teams. But then once again, Paulie, why play the damn games? Because if we're going to play the games and the results matter, then when we get those results, just because you don't get the result you like, doesn't mean that you get to change the rules. I hate to break it to them, but if Florida State wins, they're in. If Washington wins, they're in. If Michigan wins, they're in. And if Alabama beats Georgia, the SEC may get left out. It really depends on how they view it. There's a couple arguments there. A, Texas would have the argument, we beat Alabama. But Alabama would have the argument, okay, but that was back at the beginning of the season, and we beat the number one team in Georgia. And you could go to those two different arguments and stumble out in the street and argue until the sun comes up, and you would both be right. Because there's not a perfect answer there. But the one answer that I do have for you is that the undefeateds are getting in, whether you like it or not. Whether Washington beats Oregon 7-6, and it didn't look very impressive. Florida State beats Louisville 9-8, and it didn't look very impressive. The fact of the matter is, they're undefeated. It doesn't matter who Vegas would have favored. We worry about that when we're laying our bets. The point is, what are the games we're going to get? And if we're not going to worry about that, then what the hell's the point of playing these games, and we'll just quit paying attention to college sports. We'll just say, well, we're just always going to, because the thing about the other leagues, the professional leagues, they all play each other. Many times they all have the tiebreakers, and they have a smaller pool of people to choose from, so they are all able to at some point say, you are eliminated. But in college sports, especially college football, with just getting 4 teams in, you got 130 that at the beginning of the season are eligible-ish. We all know there's around 20 teams that play in conferences that would never get in. But still, you got about 100 teams. You have to have some kind of criteria. One of the criteria has always been conference champions and head-to-heads rule the roost. They are hoping this doesn't happen. You talk about a committee that hopes like hell that Louisville beats Florida State. That is one that they would love to have, and it wouldn't shock me if you got some referees being leaned on in this, because a lot of folks believe that Florida State without Jordan Travis has no shot of beating whoever they line up. We don't know that to be true, but I guarantee you Vegas will have Florida State probably close to a double-digit underdog to just about everybody. They were playing Washington, probably not. Probably Florida State, Washington would be Washington by about a touchdown. But if they're faced to play Georgia or Michigan, there's going to be a double-digit spread. But that would literally be like saying we're going to play the NFL playoffs, but when we get to the Super Bowl, we're going to choose Kansas City versus Philadelphia because that's the game everybody wants to see. That's not how it works. That's not sports. And I refuse to believe that terrible narrative. And it's not going to happen. Just so it's not going to happen. If they win, they move on. It is what it is. All right. So we gave you the Big 12 championship, the play on that. And now you move down. SMU Tulane, by the way, this is an interesting one. SMU Tulane. SMU plus 3.5. The over-under is 47. The American Championship. I like the SMU Tulane to hit the over. I think these two teams will go up and down the field at will. And 47, to me, is extremely gettable. Now, it's going to be at Yulman Stadium in New Orleans, so it's not going to be on a neutral site. Tulane will be the home team. And a lot of the models that I've seen actually have SMU covering the spread. But what I like in this is the over. 47 is the over, and we'll take that all day long. All right, the game we're all looking for. Georgia, Alabama. The Bulldogs, depending on your book, are a 6-point favorite. The over-under is 54.5. The Bulldogs team total is 29.5. Alabama's team total, 24.5. If you're looking at points for the first half, Georgia, 14.5. Alabama, 12.5. If you're looking at points for the first quarter, Alabama, 3.5. Georgia, 6.5. Anytime touchdown scores. Brock Bowers, minus 125. Jalen Milroe, minus 121. Those are your best bets right there for an anytime touchdown score. There's a couple of different options, other options that you like out here. You know, Ladd McConkey sitting there at plus 140. I like that one a lot too. But I'm going to take Brock Bowers anytime touchdown at minus 125. I like that one a lot. I think they will find a way to get Bowers into the end zone and would be very surprised if Bowers doesn't score at least one touchdown. You might even get more. The yards, I don't have them yet because a lot of these are, let me see if they've updated them because they've taken them down. Yeah, they don't have a lot of the receiving props up quite yet. But one of the ones to me that's interesting is Jalen Milroe rushing yards is up, and it's 38.5. That is one that I would tend to side with, but I'm not going to give it as a best bet. So there you have that. And now the question will be, Georgia, Alabama, who's going to cover the spread, who's going to win the game? Well, this is one of my favorite teasers of the week. I am going to take the Georgia Bulldogs on that teaser line. 6 points. You need a 6-point teaser. You just need the Bulldogs to win. The over-under is 54. I'll take over 48 all day long. I think this is going to be a fairly high-scoring football game. And the SEC championship game always seems to have points scoring in buckets. There's always that one quarter where you just see them go up and down the field on each other, and I don't see how you're going to keep it below 50 points. So give me Georgia and the over on the teaser for the SEC championship game. Couple other games that are going on that same day. You got the ACC championship game, Louisville, Florida State. Florida State minus 130 on the money line, giving the Seminoles to cover that spread. I think that is very gettable. Minus 130 on the money line. The Noles will find a way to beat Louisville and really make Paul Feinbaum miserable the rest of the offseason. You got the Big Ten championship game. Michigan. Now, this has come down. I've seen this line as large as 23.5. You might want to wait till game day to see if it goes back towards Michigan. Minus 21.5 is what I have showing right here on one of the books that I'm on. But it's very interesting. All right, this is the one that I'm like, dude, I can't not take this as a bet. There is absolutely no belief that Iowa is going to score on Michigan. And if you doubt that, listen to this. Iowa's team total is 7.5 for the entire game. Or I'm sorry, 6.5. So if they score one touchdown, they're in. Iowa for the first half is 0.5. Iowa for the second half, over-under is 0.5. So if they score any points in either half, you're going to at least about break even. But I'm going to take Iowa to score in the first half. I need a field goal. I need a safety. I need anything. All I need is for Iowa to score. And that seems like an insane thing when you're talking about. It's very tempting to take Iowa's team total of 6.5 because all you need is one touchdown throughout the entire game. But I'm going to make it even easier. All I need is a damn field goal, Iowa. That's all I need. I need your defense to have a really, really good showing. And during that showing, you make life a living hell for the Michigan offense on one possession to shorten the field and get Iowa the opportunity to get about 2 first downs, kick a field goal, and I win by bet. That's all I need. That's all I need. I'm taking Iowa on the plus 0.5. The models that I've seen, and I go off about 3 of them, but the models that I have seen, every one of them says if that line gets closer to 24, and it was at 23.5 beginning of the week, and I actually bought a point ticket at 24.5 personally, but I don't manipulate the lines when I talk to y'all. I tell you exactly what I see at the time. If you get that line close to 24 again, take Iowa. They could very well lose the damn game 22-0, 22-3, whatever. Michigan, I don't think is going to give up a ton of points, but I don't think they're going to just run all over Iowa's defense. Iowa has a good defense. Might be a little more tempting to grab the point spread. It's anywhere between 10.5, 11.5. Some are giving 12 in the first half for Iowa. That might be a little more tempting because I do expect this game to start off extremely slow. But anyway you look at it, give me the Hawkeyes to just get a damn point. 1 point is all I need in the first half. Let's go. All right, we're going to take a real quick break. We come back. We're going to hit up the rest of our bets, including taking a look at the National Football League. We'll be back in a flash.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
The decision to have the kids earn their jersey numbers, is there a story behind that, and what are you hoping that be?
I'm old school. Anybody here over 45? Didn't we have to earn every darn thing we got? Ain't nobody gave us nothing. So this whole new thing, first of all, we got this new thing now in college football about double numbers. We didn't have. If somebody gave you a double number in college, that assured that you weren't gonna play. That's how it was, wasn't it? Now it's like normal. You got to earn stuff. Ain't nobody giving you nothing. We got kids, they ain't played a snap, and you want to be one? You know what number one meant back in the day for us? That you were that one. Now you got number one getting the frame tore out of him out there on the field. Like, come on, you got to be crazy.
Armchair.
Typically, we do a 12-pack, but I'm going to see where this takes us. I think we're going to do a little more than our typical 12. As far as the NFL, we'll go ahead and dive in. I'm going to go ahead and give you those games again real quick just so you understand where I'm going with this. We took Atlanta and the Jets under to 39.5 in Pittsburgh to just win, baby. Wrong team, I get it, but still the same mantra. Just get a win. Pittsburgh Steelers, they are 5.5-point favorites against the Arizona Cardinals. With that same thought process, we took a teaser with the Washington Commanders, or as I still can refer to them as the Washington football team. I'm more likely to call them the Redskins than the Commanders. It's just such a bland, terrible name, the Commanders. But Washington football team at home against the Dolphins, and Washington getting 9.5 points. That line's moving because of some injury information that's coming in. But regardless, when we grabbed it, it was 9.5 points. We're taking the over on a teaser, which ended up being, I think it's already dropped down one, but I'm taking it 44.5. I still believe in this one. And by the way, Miami's linebacker who's going to be out for the game, I mean, that right there is going to affect Miami's defense across the board. So I just feel like we're going to get a pretty high scoring game in this one. And I'm taking Washington with the 15.5 and 44.5. So there you go there. All right, let's get into the rest of the games here. And you got some interesting matchups as far as the line goes here in the NFL. The Denver Broncos are an interesting team here. And Houston got bad news. They lost one of their top linemen, offensive linemen, for Sunday's game. Denver is still getting 3.5 points. So I'm going to take the Broncos. And it's one of these games that I'm going off of the analytical side of it, the numbers side of it, not my gut. My gut tells me Houston's a better team than Denver. But I'm going to take those 3.5 points because everything points to this being a pick'em or Denver being a slight 1-point favorite. And so I'm going with Denver and the points. I believe the reason why the line is skewed is because, and rightfully so, C.J. Stroud has captured the imagination of the NFL football fan. And they're just a funner, more fun team to watch and consume. In Denver, Russell Wilson, they're just methodical, boring team. But hey, 3.5 points is 3.5 points in the National Football League. And I will take the Broncos getting 3.5 points. This is one of these picks that I don't love if you ask me after a couple of beers. But I'm taking it because too many of the numbers are screaming at me, you got to take the Broncos. So we're going with it. And if I went with just my gut feeling on all these, we wouldn't be sitting, where are we at here? 14 games above 500. So we move on from that. And here's another game that, once again, I don't love the number per se, but I believe this team has something to prove, and I believe they're going to do it on Sunday. Give me the San Francisco 49ers. And the money line's too high. The money line's at minus 165, and you know our golden rule, if it's over minus 150, we won't take the money line on this show. So we're going to give up the 2.5 points. Feel a little nervous, but all of the numbers are leaning towards San Francisco winning this game outright. And most of the models, most of the predictions that I have seen come through on the number sheet has San Francisco winning this game by about 5 or 6 points. And what was the number we saw? 63%, 63.8% chance that the Niners cover the 2.5 spread. So I got to go with it. I don't love it, but I got to go with it. Just one of those things where you're like, you know, San Francisco, you know they've had this game circled, by the way. Remember, they were in the NFC Championship game against each other, and Purdy went down, and the rest is history. San Francisco knows that if they lose this game, there is no way in hell they're getting home field advantage. Their only chance to get home field advantage is to win this game, get the tiebreaker on Philly. They'll only be a game back, and then let the chips fall where they may. But if they lose this, they will have 4 losses to Philly's 1, and they will not have the tiebreaker, which means Philly would have to absolutely fall off a cliff to not get home field advantage. Philly's got that tough game next week against Dallas as well. In Dallas. All right, so there's 2 of the games. I'm going to go a little further. I'm going to take some games here. Take a couple other NFL matchups that I like. One of the ones, this one just stinks. It smells. The line smells. And a lot of times that makes me not want to take a team. But every metric, every line that I see has the Kansas City Chiefs pulling off this win, and they're a 5.5 point favorite. I've got them winning by more than the 5.5, but you know what? I'm going to take KC on a teaser to down to a plus 0.5. So technically, even if they end up in a virtual tie, I would get the nod. But I'm going to take Kansas City on the plus 0.5 on a teaser, and I'm going to even that out with another side teaser. And this one this seems like a slam dunk. I get a little nervous taking, we talked about this earlier in the week, I get nervous taking a team, going against a team who just got a new coach. A lot of times they play inspired. I don't expect that from Carolina. I think they're going to go in to Tampa Bay and be roadkill. So Tampa Bay will go up to a +1, and that'll be the NFL teaser. Tampa Bay, I know, has been up and down, but when they're at home, they seem to play a little better, and Carolina is abysmal offensively. And I would think Baker Mayfield is going to get those boys at least into the mid-20s, and Bryce Young is going to have a hard time scoring more than 12 to 14 points in Tampa. And with that, we will go ahead and grab one more NFL line. And this one, well, I've alluded to the fact that I thought the Jaguars would really roll Cincinnati. They're an 8.5 point favorite now. This line keeps moving up. They're an 8.5 point favorite. The over-under is 37.5. With that being said, you get a 6 point teaser on this. You get them down to -1.5 on Jacksonville. But I'm not going to do that. I'm going to just go ahead and take it straight up on the -8.5. Give me the Jaguars minus 8.5 at home against Cincinnati. Monday Night Football. The Jaguars, if you're going to do it, you got to do it this Monday. You cannot stumble through this game with Jake Browning at quarterback and barely get through the W. You need to win this game going away, Trevor. I want to see the Jaguar team that we saw in January last year. I want to see the Jaguar team that we thought we were going to see all year that we really haven't seen. But when you look at these numbers and you see that, I mean, first of all, the total points for Jacksonville, that could be another get right there for you if you're looking for a number. Jacksonville to score over 24.5 is a plus 120. I love those odds. I believe that they've kind of jacked the actual, because the model that I see has Jacksonville pushed up to about 22 to 23 points. So the book that I'm looking at is trying to get you to bet the over because you're banking on Jacksonville to score, 4 touchdowns or 3 touchdowns and 2 field goals. I still don't hate that bet. I think that's very gettable. But the one thing that I will say to this that you need to be a little weary of, Jacksonville has stubbed their toe all year long in the red zone. All right, so let's go back over the picks. We just did the NFL picks. We'll rattle those off real quick. Broncos plus 3.5. 49ers minus 2.5. Kansas City, Tampa Bay, got them on a teaser. Just takes it down to Kansas City needs to win and Tampa Bay getting 1. Taking the Jaguars minus 8.5. Earlier in the week, we gave you Miami, Washington, the over and Washington with the points on a teaser. The over went to 44.5, and you can actually get it lower now. It now looks like you would get it down to about 43.5. And Washington plus 15.5. Jets, Falcons under 39 on a teaser that also gives you the Pittsburgh Steelers to just win on a minus 0.5. College football, give you another teaser on that one. New Mexico plus 17. The line's actually moved up a half, so I'm going to go ahead and accept that. 17.5. New Mexico State plus 17.5. The over-under is 50.5 in Liberty, Mexico. Liberty, New Mexico on the teaser. Going to take the Washington Huskies minus 27.5 for the game, team total. Oklahoma State to score over 9.5 points first half. SMU Tulane, they're taking the over. 47 is the number. Brock Bauer, anytime touchdown. Anytime touchdown. Brock Bauer. Give it to me. Minus 125 is the number. Taking the Georgia, Alabama teaser. Taking the over to 48 and going to take the Bulldogs. It'll be a straight up pick 'em. Taking Florida State minus 130 on the money line. They get it done. And the Iowa Hawkeyes just need to score 1 damn point. 1 point to get us to victory. The over-under is 0.5 in the first half. It's 0.5 in the second half. Give it to me. Let's get it. All right.
Goodbye, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country with Mac McGee and the Armchair Quarterbacks on 99.1 FM WQEE, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country comes your way weekdays. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia. A great day. Welcome into Braves Country Radio as we are doing the Hot Stove Edition, as we do on Thursday and Friday. Thursday and Mondays. I got my days all mixed up in my head. Thursdays and Mondays we do this live. You get the replay on WQEE the following day. You also get it on our outlets for our podcasts. The main one that I always reference is our Spotify. I know that we're on a couple of others. I believe we're still on Apple and a couple others, but the one that I always go to is Spotify. So that's the one you'll always hear me reference. But anyways, good afternoon. And we put together a video that I think we're going to start running prior to the games in 2024. We're going to run it here in a minute and just kind of get everyone's reaction. It's very similar to the intro that we had before, but this will actually be a video going in, so hopefully y'all will like that. We've got a lot to get into and a little time to do it, so if we don't get a chance to get into all that, we might do it at the very end of the show. And I think it was put together pretty well, but always want to know everyone's opinions. As we say this all the time, Braves Country here on YouTube. It is your station as much as anyone else's, as we try to bring you the best Braves content there is. Now, a lot of rumors are flying around because we get the winter meetings that start in Nashville, Tennessee on Sunday. And we are planning on covering the winter meetings in the near future. Didn't get a chance to get up there this year, but we're looking forward to them in the very near future. More on that as we get things locked up. But anyways, the winter meetings begin on Sunday. Folks start arriving on Sunday. They technically begin on Monday, and then we will have shows on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and I believe we're going to do it Thursday as well, as we are going to be diving in to the winter meetings, not just what the Braves do, but what everybody else does. Now, with that being said, there have been some signings that have gone on, and they're minor signings, but we haven't really touched on them. And I do believe that we need to go ahead and hit that. And then we're going to get into some of the rumors, because I'm telling you right now, I keep seeing outlet after outlet after outlet, whether it's the writers, whether it's, just the different content folks. And I think they keep trying to sell you a bill of goods that the Braves are done, that they're not going to do anything else, And that's utter nonsense. It is utter nonsense. I watch a lot of these Braves shows and listen to a lot of the different podcasts and whatnot, just because I like to get a different perspective, because I don't believe that I've ever been right about everything. So I like to get other folks' perspective. But I'll die on this hill all off season long. There is no way in hell the Braves moved all those players off the roster, cleared up at the time 10 folks off of the 40-man roster. Now, obviously, we're starting to trickle some back in, but at the time, 10. To do absolutely nothing. There's no way, because you would hold on to some of these guys and see how they panned out when you look at how little you would have to pay some of them. So the Braves are and not to mention the fact we are getting rumor after rumor after rumor coming in about guys that could be headed this way. And I've got a sound bite that I think you're going to enjoy, that, well, it's a current Braves player that he's trying to court Shohei Ohtani. And we'll get into that here in a second. We got the audio for that. So real quick, I did want to hit on some of the players that have signed in the last week. We touched on a very little bit about the fact that Kenta Maeda signed with the Tigers, leaving Minnesota to go to the Tigers. Now that's significant in that division, not a whole lot of significance in the NL East, but it's still a significant piece, because anytime a guy gets signed, it just means that other guys are out there, and that's also a spot that it's taken on another roster. Money that they may have earmarked for someone else, and now that guy is gone. But when you look at the whole grand scheme of this, and you look at some of the moves that have been made here recently, and there's been some under the radar ones. Obviously the Sonny Gray one with St. Louis is more significant than most. And I see some guys that have been trying to guys and gals that have been trying to downplay that signing. That was a great signing by St. Louis. And if you don't know, then you don't know. Because if you don't realize how good Sonny Gray has been over his career, and had an outstanding season last year, comes in at $25 million per season over the next 3 seasons for St. Louis, you're kind of missing the boat there. The boat is being missed by you, because the simple fact of the matter is the man had an ERA, sub-3 ERA. I get that he only had like 8 wins, but that's got nothing to do with his pitching ability. He's not Shohei Ohtani. He's not out there batting. It's got nothing to do with his hitting ability. He had an ERA sub-3. And so for Sonny Gray signing, for a lot of folks, I mean, it's almost like I might be overstating it a little bit, but I feel like it's getting scoffed at in a lot of circles, not just Brave circles, but I'm talking about across the board. They act as though Sonny Gray signing isn't significant. Like Sonny Gray doesn't move the needle at all. And if that were the case, the man wouldn't have commanded $25 million for the next 3 years. Another thing you have to look at too, $25 million is not top tier level money. Now, he had a 5.3 WAR last year. For folks who are not familiar with it, that is a very good number. That's elite. 5.3 WAR, 5.3 WAR for a starting pitcher is elite. And if you want to compare it, let's just go ahead and grab the NL Cy Young winner, Blake Snell. His WAR was 6.0. So not that far off. When you look at like Garrett Cole, he had a 7.4. He was extremely dominant though, and he is a strikeout pitcher. Sonny Gray is more of a guy that keeps the ball down. He does have a decent strikeout. It's right at 1 per inning. So his strikeout per 9 is just below 9 this past season. And in his career, that's about where he sits. He's got 1,570 innings pitched. He struck out 1,521 guys over his career. So he's right there So he's a solid pitcher, and St. Louis got themselves a good one. I don't care what anybody tries to tell you. That was a good signing. And it was a guy that I would have loved for the Braves to have gotten. It's not the end of the world that they didn't receive him, that they didn't get him signed. But I will say this, the fact that the Braves were in the conversation, because we heard it all the last few weeks, how they were bidding on him. They fell short, whatever number they had for Gray. And I would be willing to bet that Gray was probably offered, if you know the Braves and you know their numbers, probably just below that 75. So if they offered him a 3-year deal, it was probably closer, considering their track record, probably around 66, maybe a little higher, maybe a tad lower, maybe just a tad lower. But all in all, you got to realize that this is a team that is going to be in the mix now, the Cardinals, with the NL Central, because of that signing. It doesn't make them elite by any stretch of the imagination, but the Braves added a guy like Sonny Gray. It would fortify the rotation. You're trying to tell me you wouldn't want Max Fried, Spencer Strider, Sonny Gray, and Charlie Morton rolling out there, with obviously Bryce Elder grabbing the 5th spot, and then you would have all the other pieces at your disposal without having to trade away an A.J. Smith-Shawver, without having to trade away a Hurston Waldrop. Those are the common names we keep hearing on the rumor mill for Braves. So I'm not buying that the Braves were not in on him. They're very stubborn on the number. Now, that doesn't mean they won't go over the 22, 23 threshold for anybody. And realize that was the number they had for last year. So it will incrementally go up. They've also been rumored that they go out and offer according to the player. So when you look at Aaron Nola, and the Braves were in on Aaron Nola, and his contract was one that was what, $172 million, 7 years. So that breaks down, if you look at that logically, that breaks down to just over what the Braves typically would spend. Right? So you're talking about just under what, 27, 28 a year. And I'd be willing to bet the Braves with Nola, from the rumors we heard, they were offering around the 25, 26 range, which is what Gray got. But they were willing to go about 5 years, if you want to believe the rumors. But they weren't going to go the 7 years. And honestly, I'm fine with it. Aaron Nola's a good pitcher, but Aaron Nola, that is not going to be a contract that ages well. And you're gonna get good value from the guys that you do have on the staff right now. You're going to have very good value from, look, I know a lot of people hate the fact that Charlie Morton was signed for $20 million, but if you look at it comparatively, it's actually a bit of a deal. Now, this is the last year that Morton is under this type of deal. I honestly thought that there might have been a chance in play for the Braves to restructure it and bring him back on a little less. But look, he has earned it. The one thing you say about Charlie Morton, I know he got hurt down the stretch last year, but typically Charlie Morton goes to the post. Charlie Morton goes out there and gives you 25 to 30 starts a year. And that's not nothing. So I get that a lot of folks would have liked to move that money over to someone else. But I don't think that was ever the option. The option was going to be they either brought back Charlie Morton or they were going to elevate Bryce Elder in the rotation, and then you go from there. Now, with all that being said, there are rumors about trades. It's been heating up with Dylan Cease. It's been heating up with guys like Glasnow from Tampa Bay. And then there's also the free agent look. I want y'all to hear this. If you've already heard it, fair enough. It's a very short clip. But this is Pierce Johnson trying to recruit Shohei Ohtani.
Ohtani, Man, if you want to come to Atlanta and be a part of a successful team and organization and be, have a chance to win every single year and have fun while doing it, Atlanta is the place for you. I'll keep working on my Japanese so I can talk to you and crack jokes, and we can go get all the sushi you want.
Could you imagine what that would look like if the Atlanta Braves added offensively Shohei Ohtani with Acuna and all those guys?
Come on. Slaughterhouse.
1 through 9 was a threat to go deep. You had him in the lineup. That would be absolutely incredible. Talk about historic year last year. I want to see how many home runs we did this year.
So that was Pierce Johnson on Shohei Ohtani, and very interesting take on that because honestly, for Pierce, and look, I know a lot of it was tongue in cheek, but Pierce Johnson going out there and trying to recruit Ohtani. Here's the thing. You're hearing more and more about how one of the things that has attracted Shohei Ohtani to the Atlanta Braves is, number one, he got a taste of winning in the World Baseball Classic. On a big stage, he got to see what it was like to win on a big stage here in the States and saw the excitement. He has spent his entire career with the Los Angeles Angels, and they've been subpar. If you think about the Angels over the last several years, you would never say they're a terrible team. What you would say is they are mediocre at best at times. But typically they finish the season somewhere around just below 500. They spent all their money on Mike Trout and, of course, Rendon. In fact, there was a pretty good article, I think it was out yesterday, talking about some of the biggest busts in MLB history on contracts. And, people focus on the Rendon, but remember before that it was Albert Pujols. Albert Pujols got hot the back half of his last season. But Albert Pujols, you can't say that contract was worth a damn. It was terrible. He was much better in St. Louis and at the very beginning of his contract with the Angels. And Anthony Rendon has just been a waste of money. And they've got that going on. They've got the Trout money that they're still missing. So, or still will continue to pay. I shouldn't say missing. He's a hell of a player when he's healthy. The problem is he's rarely healthy. Mike Trout, if he goes out and plays 150 games this year, will probably win the AL MVP. Problem is, Mike Trout's probably going to end up playing, if you're lucky, about 110, maybe 120 games. And that's if everything goes right. He's typically on the IL very quickly. Let me see. For folks who are listening elsewhere, we do have the chats up on YouTube and on Facebook. And let me see. What is Miguel says? I hate that AA wastes the money on more. Yeah, I get that argument of it. And when you look at it that way, as far as, I don't know if that would have meant that they would have signed signed Gray. But the one thing I will say about that is this. If they would have, let's say if we didn't bring Morton back, but we brought in Sonny Gray, you'd have Gray for the next 3 years. We only have Morton for the next year. Now, that's kind of a part of their plan because when you look at guys like Shawver and you look at guys like Waldrop, who could be ready to roll by, I think Waldrop's still a year away, but he could still be a guy that you could get some decent innings out of this year, later part of the year. Remember something about Herschel Waldrop. Everybody's enamored because when you see the video of Waldrop, what you see is that ball exploding out of his hand. You see him with just an easy release, strikeout ability through the roof. But remember something about Waldrop. A, he's a young kid, so he's still developing. B, the biggest thing is he has been awful, not just in a Braves uniform on the minor league level, but back in college. He has averaged about 5 walks per 9. And that's not going to get it done on the major league level. You're putting all those ducks on the pond, they're going to make you pay. Doesn't matter if you can throw up around triple digits. They will take you deep every time Every time you walk a guy, you better believe that guy's going to come in to score. So I'm not convinced that Waldrop is going to be a guy that's going to be able to help the Braves out in 2024. Maybe by the end, maybe they're able to work with him and get him under control. Maybe. Huge maybe. 2025 is probably a little more realistic. As far as Shawver, I love Shawver. I love everything about it. I love the way the ball comes out. I thought he pitched well. But remember something, he's young. What was he, 20 last year? So he'll be 21 this year. And you got to look at his development. How many innings can you put on him? So we don't really have a number 5 pitcher right now. Despite some of the outlets that will tell you the Braves, I saw and listened to a couple of shows over the last few days where they're talking. They were suggesting the Braves were done. Braves aren't done. There's no way in hell they're done. They're not even close to being done. They're going to sign at least one big fish to put in that rotation. Now, it may not be the Shohei Ohtani like we would like to see. I'm still not counting it out. There was a time where I laughed at that idea. But that is a guy that you would bring in and break the bank and ignore your 22 last year. This year it could be a little higher, but your 22 per year. Because you have to look at it big picture. If you sign Ohtani, you're not looking at, is he worth 22 a year? He would be filling in 2 positions. So we're really talking about 44 to 45 a year. And because he's so good, there's no reason why he's not worth 50 once he starts pitching again. The problem is the first year you're going to pay through the nose. You are absolutely going to pay through the nose. You are only going to get him as a designated hitter, and you're still going to pay for his services across the board. Now, he could structure his contract. Let's say the number is 50 a year. The reason why I always scoffed at his ability or our ability to sign him is that I always thought that sounded low. Now, because of the injury, he may be willing to take somewhere around 50 a year to be a top-line starter and one of your better bats. But let's say that's the case. Let's say it plays out that way. I could see a situation where his contract is set up where in year 1, he doesn't make the full 50. He could end up just making the 25 against your cap, or threshold, as they like to call it in baseball. At that point, you're able to squeeze him under. Remember, some of these other big contracts too, and I'm looking at the ones like Bryce Harper and Turner and Trout and a couple other guys. On the really big contracts, Judge was another one. They have been willing to push some of the money that is owed to them out past the contract. So in other words, let's say you sign a 10-year deal, you might be paying that contract for 13 to 15 years because you're spreading it out. And if you're wanting to be a big-time player in this, I don't see how you don't take that route. I don't see how you don't go in and say, hey, why the hell not? Ohtani getting, let's say he gets somewhere between 25 and 30 this year from whoever signs him. And then the rest of the years, he gets somewhere around, we'll say 30 to 40. And then for several extra years after the contract, you're having to pay an extra amount. You're going to make that on jersey sales. You're going to make that on getting butts in the seats. And remember something too, you get Shohei Ohtani or you get Yamamoto. You have then expanded your fan base to the country of Japan. Right now, how many born in Japan Atlanta Braves fans do you think there are out there? Probably not a whole hell of a lot. But you sign one of their own, you're going to expand, and then that turns into, remember, in a couple of years, assuming that the current contract stays, in a couple of years, the Braves television contract is going to come up for renewal, and you are talking about really being able to go to the window and say, hey, you want to broadcast the Atlanta Braves, you want to be the Braves broadcast station for the next 10, 15, 20 years, you're gonna help us pay this Ohtani freight. So a lot of those things are in play, and I don't think it's necessarily out of the realm of possibility that the Braves could go in. I just have doubted it for the longest time. I've just basically accepted the fact he's going to be a Los Angeles Dodger. It's what it seems like, but that doesn't mean that it can't happen. Here's the other thing. If you do sign Ohtani, that hasn't fixed a damn thing in the pitching rotation for 2024. And that's the problem. So let's say you sign Ohtani and everybody's happy and hunky-dory. All right, fair enough. But at some point, you still have to go address the fact you don't really have a number 5 pitcher, not one that you can necessarily lean on. And with the loss of Kyle Wright, which he was going to be lost anyways, because he's not pitching in 2024 because of his shoulder surgery. And there is a possibility of Nick Anderson or Huascar Ynoa coming back to the rotation at some point, but not at the beginning of 2024. And I was looking at the Braves schedule early on, and you're not going to be able to navigate with just 4 pitchers out the gate. You're just not. After about the first week or so, you're going to have a 5-man rotation. So what does that mean? And then the biggest question would be, are we willing to trade A.J. Smith-Shawver? Are we willing to trade Hurston Waldrop, to go in and bring in a guy, Dylan Cease? I saw a question here. Was it Chris? I wonder about the Cease rumors. I wonder if AA goes after Robert as well in a package with Cease. Here's the problem with Dylan Cease that I think a lot of people either they don't know or they haven't, or they maybe you forgot, whatever. In January of 2022, so less than a year ago, Dylan Cease signed with Scott Boras. And I just have my doubts that the Braves, not that they wouldn't bring in Dylan Cease, but that they would give up a king's ransom for Dylan Cease, because Scott Boras is going to take his client every single time to free agency, which means it is literally a 2-year rental. It's not going to be like a Matt Olson type deal unless Dylan Cease says, Scott, shut the hell up. Get me the most money I can get on this contract coming up, but I want to be a Brave. That's a different conversation. That's a totally different conversation. But Scott Boras is probably going to take his client. He always does. He always advises them to go to free agency, to get multiple teams begging for their service. So I'm not willing to give up A.J. Smith-Shawver for a 2-year rental of Dylan Cease. Possibly you could convince me of that with Waldrop because he's still so far away from contributing to the team. It would hurt. It would be terrible because we'll probably see Waldrop on the main stage in the next 2 to 3 years and go, man, what could have been? But if you could have Dylan Cease, assuming health, if you could have a healthy Dylan Cease for the next 2 seasons, and it would soften the blow of when we most likely will lose Max Fried. And the other thing that would come up with that, if you did bring in Dylan Cease, and let's say you're not able to extend him, could you then pivot that money? Because remember, 20 is going to come off the books at the end of this season for room to get Max Fried an extension. A 31-year-old who's had some arm troubles, how long of an extension are the Braves willing to give? All that you have to dissect, but right now I'm I'm seeing there's too much smoke for there not to be some fire in the fact that they are involved in all of these trade rumors, including Dylan Cease. And they did not clear 10 guys off the 40-man roster to go into the spring with this as their roster. They won't have them all full, because it'd be foolish to have your entire 40-man roster full, especially when you're at this point in the offseason and you have the ability to go into spring training and kind of see how guys perform, and then you fill out your 40-man roster from there. Because remember something, once you put a guy on a 40-man roster, if you decide that you want to add someone else and you got to take him off, then you got to put him through waivers. And that's always going to be a problem. So I do believe they're going to want some kind of flexibility, but they're going to bring in a pitcher, whether it's trade or whether it's, and that's why I've been saying for a while now that I like the idea that they may be able to get Tyler Glasnow, who's got the best stuff out there on the market, but he's a 1-year rental, and what do they want for him? Tyler Glasnow is phenomenal, but he is going to be a free agent at the end of this year. Tyler Glasnow, not much of a chance he begins the season with the Tampa Bay Rays, because they are already 30 to 40 million over what they typically spend right now, and he is set to make $25 million this season. So with one move, they can get him out. And I saw another report that was suggesting there's a possibility. Tell me this wouldn't be a blockbuster. And you get this done, I'm okay with trading Waldrop and maybe even Vaughn Grissom. But what if you sent Waldrop, Vaughn Grissom, and then a couple of the other pieces would be up for debate? We won't stay here all day long debating that. But let's say you move those two guys to the Tampa Bay Rays for Tyler Glasnow and Randy Arozarena. That fixes your outfield problem instantly. That fixes your rotation instantly. And I am all for any move that you can make a blockbuster deal that brings in and fixes the entire team like that. Let's go. Where do we sign? Now, this could just be the problem with some of these rumors that come out at this time of year. You never know if they're legitimate rumors or if someone's just sitting there, doodling on an Etch-a-Sketch because, it'd be cool. So, but when I saw that mentioned, because I saw it as a separate article talking about Arozarena coming to the Braves. And it was a separate article talking about Arozarena going to Glasnow going to the Braves. And then you put two and two together and go, why wouldn't you just go after both of them and push your chips in and say, let's go? The Mets, by the way, if you missed it, signed Luis Severino, 1 year, $13 million deal. I mean, he's had some good years. I can tell you from watching Severino, I watched him pitch 4 times this year. He doesn't have it anymore. Now, maybe he can turn back the clock. You never know. But that's not a deal that's going to necessarily move the needle. I really feel like that was a deal to try to get some Mets fans to come to the stadium, but the Mets are not going all in. It's one of the reasons why I don't really give the Mets much of a chance of signing Ohtani, but I do expect them to make a very hard push for Yamamoto because they are looking towards the future. Yamamoto, 25 years old, they can sign him to a 5 or 6 year deal. That would fix a lot of problems with the Mets. Maybe not turn them around into a playoff team this year, but could make them additional buyers the following offseason and give them a real chance to do something. Some of the other moves that have been made over, let's hit the Braves first. Very, very minor move. Andrew Velazquez, not really that big of a deal. Signed a minor league contract. I would be shocked if he makes the major league roster. He's got a career batting average of below 180. I mean, that's not really someone you want to add to a World Series contender. He's a guy you could call up if there's problems, if there's an injury, but he's not a guy that you necessarily want to put on the 40-man roster going forward. Luke Williams, they signed him, brought him back last week. There was so much stuff going on, we didn't get a chance to really go over that. Just another depth piece, along with Chadwick Tromp. Now, I was really happy to see the fact that they brought Chadwick Tromp back. Tromp gives you a lot of depth. I'm a little surprised that someone hasn't really made an offer, but we got him back on a minor league deal, so you like that. Grant Holmes was brought in as well. We talked about Ronaldo Lopez last week and what that means. And the other thing that I think got skated over yesterday, I don't even remember seeing anyone talking about this, but I feel like this is a fairly big deal. The Braves re-signed Jackson Stevens to a 1-year contract. And it is a major league contract, so he'll go to the 40-man roster. Penn Murphy. Remember the Braves picked up Penn Murphy, and then they released Penn Murphy? And I was like, what the hell are they doing? Well, they signed him back to a 1-year deal. So we'll see what happens there. If you're wondering about Penn Murphy, about what he's about and whatnot, Penn Murphy last year only pitched 14 innings. And I do find it interesting. He's from Nashville, Tennessee. So once again, Braves going after that Braves country, the talent all around Braves country. You see him go after guys that are in the Nashville, Alabama. You'll see him go at obviously Georgia, Mississippi. All these guys tend to want to play for Atlanta because they grew up Braves fans, or hey, you get to a certain point in your career and you're like, you know what, I'd like to go home. But Penn Murphy, if you're wondering about the young man, still a young man, he will be 30 years old this May. He has pitched in his career. Now he's a reliever. He's pitched in his career only in 2022 and 2023 with the Seattle Mariners. He was with the Mets organization when the Braves picked him up, but he did not pitch with the Mets this year. So he had this year 14 innings, a 1.29 ERA, and a 1.07 whip, 16 strikeouts to 14 innings pitched. He's a right-hander. That's pretty darn good, but it's such a small sample size. Okay. What about for his career? This is pretty damn good pickup that I think is going to go under the radar, but I just don't snooze on the fact that it's Penn Murphy. I can't wait to see what he looks like in spring training. But in his career, 83 innings, 92 strikeouts. So he's got a strikeout per 9 over 9, and he's got a whip below 1.97. 2.7 ERA, 0.97 whip, and 92 strikeouts in 83 innings. He's from Nashville, went to college in Santa Clara, debuted in 2022. I'm excited to see what he can do. This Braves bullpen is going to be a fun bullpen to watch. I don't think we're going to get what we got last year, where look, I don't want to sit here and bash all the guys that didn't get it done down the stretch. But there were guys, and we all know who they were, that they would come out of the pen. You're like, oh, God, here we go again. This bullpen appears to be one that we are building that has more strikeout stuff. Now, obviously, they're going to have to go out there and compete. They're going to have to make the numbers work, or they're going to have to go out there and they're going to have to excel when they get their opportunity. But every guy they're bringing in has strikeout potential. So you don't see the lower end guys who are throwing low 90s and throwing that frisbee. I call it the frisbee pitch, the sweeper, that if it doesn't hit just right, it gets murdered over the left field wall. So Jackson Stevens, I thought that was a big day. He looked good down the stretch last year. I was a little surprised that he wasn't put in bigger situations at the end of the season. But Jackson Stevens comes back and Penn Murphy comes back. Bedden Bowden, we'll probably talk more about him next time. But the Braves are making these small moves, and the ones I mentioned earlier, like I said, they were not major league moves. You got a couple of others. Joey Wendell signed with the Mets. Not a big deal. He's going to be a depth piece for their infield. Severino to the Mets. We talked about that. Garrett Hampson leaves the Marlins and signs a 1-year deal with the Royals. So I love to see that because Garrett Hampson's a pain. Other moves of interest that have happened over the last several days. We talked about Sonny Gray. Paul DeYoung went to the White Sox. Not a big deal. He really didn't play that well last year, but that's about it. All right. We're going to go ahead and get out of here. Remember, next week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, 4 o'clock, we'll be here every single day. And I think we got one more. Chicago, give up Dylan. I want Albies. I don't know what that means. Are you talking about putting Ozzie Albies in the outfield? I don't know about that. I think there's a much better chance that the other Vaughn Grissom goes to the outfield. Ozzie Albies has been phenomenal at second base. It's not easy. If that's what you mean, I would say I would much rather have Vaughn Grissom try his chance in left field. But there's a very high likelihood, is what I'm trying to say, that if the Braves bring in a big piece, Vaughn Grissom's involved. All right, y'all, we're going to go ahead and jump on out of here, and we're going to leave you with what is going to be the intro heading into the 2024 play-by-play season. Hopefully you like it. If not, let us know, and we'll see if we can get it a little better. Going back.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry,
Braves fans are on their feet hoping for some kind of a bleeder or a seeing eye single. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Fastball hit high and deep down the right field line. It's going back. Is it fair? Is it zip, boom, bam, it's gone! Ram-a-lam-a ding-dong, a 3-run shot, and your Atlanta Braves have taken a 1-run lead. A hanger, a banger, and she's gone, baby.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary, and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season, and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have, and the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
High fly ball into right field. She is gone.
Swung line drive left field. 1 run is in. Here comes Green. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe.
You're in Braves country.
We're down to 1 strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. And here's the 0-2 pitch. swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first, and here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Here's good news. There's still a need for hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity professionals in the U.S. right now. And My Computer Career is training people to help meet the demand. No IT experience? No problem. Take the free career evaluation today. Start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Hey, Braves Country, this is Mac McGee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free, and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Brand new for the 2024 Braves Country Radio broadcast season. Along with pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play, the classic call of Braves Country Baseball, we will bring you a live pregame show and postgame show. The phone lines wide open for you to call, react, or ask your questions along with the chat. That's Braves Country today pregame, Braves Country tonight postgame. We'll see you in 2024.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Hey, Braves Country, this is Mac McGee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free, and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's the Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
Brand new for the 2024 Braves Country Radio broadcast season. Along with pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play, the classic call of Braves Country Baseball, we will bring you a live pregame show and postgame show. The phone lines wide open for you to call, react, or ask your questions along with the chat. That's Braves Country today pregame, Braves Country tonight postgame. We'll see you in 2024. Saturday, 3 p.m. Eastern, it's the Army-Navy game. Army Black Knights go head-to-head with the Navy Midship, an American classic that dates all the way back to 1890. The Armchair Quarterbacks Radio Network will be there bringing you the action. Army-Navy, Saturday, 3 p.m. Eastern, right here on youtube.com/@BravesCountry.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes one free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
Here's good news. There's still a need for hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity professionals in the U.S. right now. And My Computer Career is training people to help meet the demand. No IT experience? No problem. Take the free career evaluation today. Start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Pac-12 Championship. Of course, all eyes are on this game tonight as it is the big game. We'll keep you up to date on the scores of all the other games going on around not just college football, but you got a lot of things in action tonight. College basketball, you got the NBA going on, et cetera, et cetera. We'll keep you up to date on what's going on with that, but we are waiting for kickoff of this game. Oregon comes in a 9.5-point favorite. Very interesting line considering the fact that they lost the first matchup. And though I am predicting that Oregon comes off with the win, 9.5 points, that's a steep number to have to cover in a game, especially when you've already faced a team and they're already familiar with you. And you can see the lines on there. We'll keep you up to date on what's going on with the lines throughout the game. Right now, the over-under is 65.5. And if you're wondering what's going on in the Conference USA Championship game, Liberty has just tied it up with New Mexico State. It is 14-14. That line was 10.5. Liberty, a 10.5-point favorite going into that game. We are in Las Vegas, Nevada, and the Pac-12 Championship, it looks like this. As far as the college football playoffs go, if Washington wins, they are in. I would be shocked if an undefeated Power 5 championship team did not make the college football playoffs. If Oregon wins, we'll have to see how it all unfolds because you got a lot of games going on tomorrow, and I'd love to hear everyone's take on it. I believe that the undefeated conference champions are in the driver's seat, and that goes with the ACC, the Pac-12, the Big Ten, obviously the SEC champion. But if you start getting upsets, if Alabama upsets Georgia, do you put Alabama in or do you put Texas in? Texas still has to beat Oklahoma State. That's the early game, the kickoff at 12 Eastern. We are going to have our pregame show come on tomorrow at 2:30 for the SEC championship game, and then we will bring you the SEC championship game live. That is a 4 o'clock kickoff. And you've got the Big Ten championship game tomorrow night, the ACC championship game tomorrow night, The Big 12 championship game is at noon tomorrow, and the SEC championship game is at 4 o'clock. So a lot of games that are yet to be played. And I for one, along with a lot of folks, am shocked that we are at this point in the season and still have this many undefeated and one-loss teams. Usually by this time of year, teams have fallen by the wayside. And instead what we have is we have utter chaos right now. And it could all shake out in the end. Look, if all the undefeateds win, this isn't much of an argument on Sunday. But I would seriously doubt that that's where we're going to end up, is with a bunch of undefeateds when it's all said and done. We are awaiting kickoffs. We're going to take a really quick break again. When we come back, we will be set for Oregon, Washington, the Pac-12 championship game coming up in just a few moments. Saturday, 3 p.m. Eastern, it's the Army-Navy game. Army Black Knights go head-to-head with the Navy Midship, an American classic that dates all the way back to 1890. The Armchair Quarterbacks Radio Network will be there bringing you the action. Army-Navy, Saturday, 3 p.m. Eastern, right here on youtube.com/@BravesCountry.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes 1 free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
Here's good news. There's still a need for hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity professionals in the U.S. right now. And My Computer Career is training people to help meet the demand. No IT experience? No problem. Take the free career evaluation today. Start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
Welcome back. Pac-12 championship just moments away. Excuse me, I had a frog in my throat. We will get that underway as you got Washington, Oregon, Pac-12 title on the line. I don't know about y'all, but I've been looking forward to this game for several weeks. I'm glad it landed the way it did. I was afraid that one of these teams may not make it in there. I want to see the rematch. I watched the first game and was really impressed with both teams. And either one of these teams, they make the playoffs, they can make some serious noise. And I do believe that if Oregon wins and Bo Nix puts up big numbers, I believe he's going to be your Heisman Trophy winner. If Oregon loses, or if Nix just doesn't have that good of a game, then I think they probably pivot to Jaden Daniels. But it really depends on how many folks have already voted. The Oregon Ducks are going to be in all white. Washington in all purple with their gold helmets. Ducks in all white with the green helmets. The Huskies will receive the ball. We are going right to left on your radio dial, and here's the kickoff. Going high and deep, going into the back of the end zone, in and out, and the Huskies will take over at their own 20. Michael Penix Jr., number 9, will take the field. Penix, as I straighten up the scoreboard for you, folks listening on radio, we are also on YouTube and a couple other outlets. So if you want to join into the chat. Shotgun formation from the 25. Penix drops back to pass the snap, and bad throw in and out of the hands of the intended receiver, number 11, Jalen McMillan, and it's 2nd and 10. Shotgun formation from the 25-yard line, 2nd and 10. Here's the handoff up the middle, and churning, burning, and grabbing about 8, we'll call it 9 yards, is the tailback for the Washington Huskies, Dylan Johnson, just short of a first down. Good handoff up the middle. Not quite a draw play, but basically has the same effect when you've got the everyone wide. So 3rd and 1, ball at the 34-yard line, going left to right on your radio dial. Here's the snap to Johnson. Johnson will take it, and he will burrow his way off to the left-hand side and get a Washington Husky first down. Gain of about 2 yards just past the first down marker. Wildcat formation. And Johnson just gets the nose ahead of the ball. The nose of the ball ahead of the line to gain, excuse me. Dylan Johnson, 100 yards his last game against Oregon. 1st and 10 from the 36-yard line of Washington. Huskies, shotgun formation, play action pass. Penix drops back, the lefty running for his life, and he will fire it and make the completion. It's going to be we'll call it about a 7-8 yard gain. And once again, that is Dylan Johnson. He started in the formation in the backfield, then just kind of drifted out into the flat, curled back in, and got the catch. So 2nd and 3, they'll call it. Shotgun formation. Penix going back to the line, calling an audible. Here's the snap. Pitch out there to Johnson. Wide to the left, and he will get stopped and dropped for a gain of about 0. It'll be 3rd down. Good defensive play by Funa. Stood Johnson up, and Johnson trying to get to the outside, could not quite get there. So 3rd and 2, they're going to say that he gained about a yard. I don't know about that spot, but regardless, 3rd and 2. Shotgun formation, a long 2. So more 2.5. Shotgun formation, 3 wide on the right-hand side. Johnson in the backfield. Snap. Pitches it out over to the right-hand side, and making the catch, and the first down, another catch by Jalen McMillan, and the Huskies have moved into Oregon Duck territory. Good pitch and catch there. McMillan, number 11, almost like a bubble screen, catches it into the flat, and gets the first down out to the Oregon 44. Shotgun formation, man in motion. Penix fires it over to the left-hand side. Ball is caught, weaving his way for about a 5-yard gain, maybe 4. Rome Odunze makes the catch. It'll be 2nd and about 5. Odunze, number 5 overall receiving prospect in this year's draft. We do have an injured player on the play. We'll have to see. He's going to be okay. Limping off the field is Jordan Bunch, the defensive end, 6'6", out of Columbia, South Carolina, 290 pounds. He appeared to be okay. Did leave with off his own power. So 2nd and 5, long 5 from the 40-yard line, just inside the 40, closer to the 39 of Oregon. Shotgun formation, too high, too low. Here's the snap, fires it over, and almost intercepted. Oh, my word. The Oregon Ducks had an absolute gift given to them, just could not hold on. Diving for the ball and just unable to make the catch. Penix fired it over to the right-hand side. There was no receiver over there. They obviously didn't see the same thing on the play. Penix thought that the receiver was going to break out. Instead, he went up. So 3rd and 5, 39-yard line, and Penix is going to call a timeout here on the field. Okay, we're going to take a really quick break. When we come back, we will have 3rd and 5 with the Huskies, Ducks, here in the Pac-12 championship game.
Here's good news. There's still a need for hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity professionals in the U.S. right now. And My Computer Career is training people to help meet the demand. No IT experience? No problem. Take the free career evaluation today. Start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Hey, Braves Country, this is Mac McGee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free, and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Brand new for the 2024 Braves Country Radio broadcast season, along with pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play, the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. We will bring you a live pregame show and postgame show. Phone lines wide open for you to call, react, or ask your questions along with the chat. That's Braves Country today pregame, Braves Country tonight postgame. We'll see you in 2024. Welcome back. As we are getting set for a 3rd and 5, if you're just joining us, Washington Huskies are just across into Oregon territory at the 39-yard line. We are just about set to return to action. Penix and company coming set out of the timeout that they called. 3rd and 5. 39-yard line, shotgun formation. Here's the snap. Penix drops back to pass, fires it over the middle. The catch is made by Odunze, and it'll be a Washington Husky first down. Odunze in a bunch formation came across the middle, and nobody had him wide open. hard to believe one of the top prospects in the NFL draft that they just lost him in the maze, and he got down to about the 26, 27-yard line. We'll call it the 27 of the Oregon Ducks. 1st and 10, handoff is to Johnson. Johnson weaves his way up for about a 5-yard gain, maybe 6, and it'll be 2nd and short. Washington nothing, Oregon nothing. Washington with the ball. Shotgun formation, 2nd and 5. Ball at the 22. Penix looking over to the sideline. Get set. Here's the handoff to Johnson. Johnson knifes his way into past the first down marker, down to about the 16-yard line, and it's a Washington Husky first down. Huskies going through the Oregon defense like a knife through butter right now. Very beginning of the game, Oregon has yet to see the ball. 1st and 10, ball at the 15. Shotgun formation, 2 up high, 2 down low. Johnson in the backfield. Penix comes to the line, calling an audible. 4-3 look from the Ducks. Here's the snap. Penix drops back to pass. He's going to get out of the way and somehow ducks under what would have been a sack. I don't know how in the world he did not hit the turf. Michael Penix Jr. have to take another look at this to see if he did indeed stay on his feet. Looked like he was getting swallowed up and somehow had the strength and the wherewithal to keep his knee off the ground, it looks like. The replay is a really bad angle to be able to see whether the knee hit the ground. I think head coach Dan Lanning believes that he did hit the ground, but he's going to need a much better look than what we just saw. 0-0 your score. Meanwhile, in the Conference USA Championship game, New Mexico State and Liberty are tied at 14. It looks like on the replay that his right knee did touch the ground. So they are going to call that a sack, and it will be 2nd and 17. And when I say it touched the ground, I mean it barely grazed the ground. It was an incredible effort by Michael Penix Jr. to be able to keep his balance. When the pocket first collapsed, it looked like that he was going down, and somehow he popped out and rumbled for about a 5 or 6 yard gain, but instead it'll be 2nd and 17. Big play, big overturn call here. 8:28 to go here in the first quarter. Shotgun formation. Penix hands it off up the middle, off to the side, and Johnson is down. He will get maybe a yard on the left-hand side, and it'll be 3rd and 16. Good job by the Oregon defense to trip up the runner. If he breaks that tackle, he probably goes for another 5 or 6 yards. Makes it much more manageable. Shotgun formation, 1 back set, 2 up high. Here's the snap. Penix drops back to pass, fires it down on the left-hand side. The ball is in and out of the hands of Jalen McMillan. Would have been a touchdown if he could have held on. Tough play, and it'll be 4th down. Good throw by Penix. Tough adjustment for McMillan. He was going down the left side, just past the pylon. He's having to spin and turn. Meanwhile, they're showing the replay of Odunze. He was well covered in the right side of the end zone. Grady Gross, the field goal kicker, place kicker, number 95, and he wears that number well, big Husky kid. Be a 39-yard field goal attempt. The kick is up. The kick is good. And that'll put the first points on the board, the 2023 Pac-12 championship. We will be back in a flash. The Oregon Ducks get the ball. Saturday, 3 p.m. Eastern, it's the Army-Navy game. Army Black Knights go head-to-head with the Navy Midship, an American classic that dates all the way back to 1890. The Armchair Quarterbacks Radio Network will be there bringing you the action. Army-Navy, Saturday, 3 p.m. Eastern, right here on youtube.com/@BravesCountry.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes 1 free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
Here's good news. There's still a need for hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity professionals in the U.S. right now. And My Computer Career is training people to help meet the demand. No IT experience? No problem. Take the free career evaluation today. Start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
Welcome back. 3-0 is your score as we get set for the kickoff. If you're just joining us, Washington Huskies took the opening kickoff down the field and just came short of scoring a touchdown. What would have been a touchdown catch right at the pylon went in and out of the hands of McMillan. But Grady Gross hits the field goal. We've got a 3-0 ball game. Huskies are set to kick. Three nothing your score, waiting for them to come back. Here we go, 7:34 on the clock, and the kick is high and deep and in and out of the end zone, and the Oregon Ducks will set up shop at the 25-yard line. Bo Nix set to bring his offense out here. And of course, we know that Nix is the Heisman Trophy favorite right now out in the desert. Shotgun formation for the Ducks. First down at the 25-yard line. Man in motion. Here's a snap. Fakes a handoff. Nix fires it over the middle. Hits the umpire right in the beer gut, and it'll be incomplete. Second down. The umpire could not get out of the way. I don't know. He said something to Nix. He might have just said something like, my bad type of thing. But regardless, 2nd and 10. Shotgun formation, empty backfield. Nix fires it over to the left-hand side, nowhere near the intended receiver, and it'll be 3rd and 10. It's a bit of a rough start here. For Bo Nix and the Oregon Ducks. Shotgun formation, ball at the 25-yard line. Empty backfield, 3 wide down low, 2 up top, going right to left on your radio dial. Here's the snap, the pitch, and it is incomplete. Nowhere near being caught. Good defensive play by Washington. And it's a quick 3 and out for the Oregon Ducks. Washington is playing tight man coverage. And on the play, it looked to be Thaddeus Nixon with the knockdown. Here's the punt, the kick. Ball returned at about the 20-yard line. Dancing back and forth up the left-hand sideline. Up and all the way to the 49-yard line of the Oregon Ducks. Great return. Went to the right side and then danced back to the left, and nobody was there. Good athletic play. By Jeremy Bernard. They're going to spot it at the 50. It looked like he got to the 49, but they're going to spot it at the 50. Shotgun formation. Here's the snap. Pitches it over to the right-hand side, making the catch. And a nice little gain on there was Polk. Be second and about, we'll call it 3.5 to 4. Shotgun formation, handoff to Dylan Johnson. Dylan Johnson fires it up the middle. He rumbles all the way down to the Oregon 26-yard line. And a Washington Husky first down. Good run by Johnson. He has really put a stamp on the game so far. 41 yards already to his credit tonight and just 7 rushes. Remember, he had 100 yards rushing in the first matchup. Shotgun formation, 4 wide set. 2 up top, 2 down low. Here's the snap. Penix fires it over to the right-hand side. Making the catch is Polk. Polk dances in and out, gets about a 7.5. We'll call it an 8-yard gain. And Washington is set up once again for second and very short. They're staying in front of the sticks. Oregon really having a hard time slowing down this Husky offense. Second, they're going to give it all the way to a 9-yard gain. Looked a little shorter than that, but they're going to give them about 9. It's a long one. More 1.5. Nonetheless, 2nd and 1 from the 19-yard line. Here's the handoff. Johnson's got the first down, fires it all the way up to the 12-yard line, and the Washington Huskies will have 1st and 10 at the Oregon 12. Shotgun formation from the 12-yard line, going left to right on your radio dial. 3 up high, 1 down low. The handoff is off to the right-hand side and dipping around, getting dropped for about maybe a gain of 1, closer to just getting back to the line of scrimmage. appeared to be Will Nixon. Have to double check that. 2nd and 9 nonetheless. That might have been Richard Newton. I believe that was Richard Newton. 2nd and 9. Shotgun formation. Tight set. Penix drops back to pass. Fires it over to the left-hand side. Here comes a flag out. I think they're going to get Oregon with a pass interference call. We'll have to wait for the official call by the referee. It's going to be a hold, so not quite pass interference, but it will be a hold. Looked like it was Dante Manning with the hold. Showing the replay, he definitely had a hold. He's kind of fortunate that he didn't get pass interference called. The ball was in the air. But I guess they're saying that the infraction took place before the ball was let go. 1st and goal from the 5-yard line. Pitches over to Johnson. Johnson is going to easily bang his way into the end zone, and it's a Washington Husky touchdown. 9-0 your score. 5-yard run by Dylan Johnson. And he puts his finger to what would be his lips if the face mask was not in the way. The Washington Huskies jump out to an early 9-0 lead, extra point pending. Here's the snap. Here's the kick. It's good. And the Washington Huskies all over the Oregon Ducks. Bo Nix and company will get the ball when they come back, trailing by 10.
Here's good news. There's still a need for hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity professionals in the U.S. right now. And My Computer Career is training people to help meet the demand. No IT experience? No problem. Take the free career evaluation today. Start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Hey, Braves Country, this is Mac McGee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free, and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Brand new for the 2024 Braves Country Radio broadcast season. Along with pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play, the classic call of Braves Country Baseball, we will bring you a live pregame show and postgame show. The phone lines wide open for you to call, react, or ask your questions along with the chat. That's Braves Country today pregame, Braves Country tonight postgame. We'll see you in 2024.
Lombardi emphasized simplicity on defense as well. It was a basic one-on-one me against you approach. There were old-fashioned virtues stamped all over Packer teams: hard work, second effort, loyalty, and love. In 7 years, those virtues carried the Packers to 5 NFL championships and wins in the first 2 Super Bowls. The Packer experience was unique, extolled by Jerry Kramer, number 64.
Be all you can be. We were everything we could possibly be. We gave everything we had. We didn't save anything. There weren't any tomorrows for us. It was a great personal pride, a great emotional feeling. You never are sure whether winning breeds that warmth or that warmth breeds winning, but you never have one without the other.
Armchair.
Welcome back. Pac-12 championship game. Washington Huskies are out to an early 10-0 lead. Here's the kickoff. Oregon receiving, and it will fall into the end zone. And Bo Nix and the Oregon Ducks will try to get things going again here. Their first shot, 3 and out. 3 incomplete passes. Meanwhile, Washington has gone 98 yards, scored a field goal, scored a touchdown. Shotgun formation. Bunch set up top. 1 down wide. Nix going to the line. Looks like he may be changing the play. Here's the handoff up the middle. Maybe a 1-yard gain. And it'll be 2nd and 9 for the Oregon Ducks. Second and 9, 26-yard line. Nix looking over to the sideline, the Lanning and company. Cover 2 up top. Here's the snap. Swing pass over to the left-hand side. Making the catch. Rumbling up to just short of an Oregon first down. Looked like Bucky Irvin made the catch. About a yard and a half short. 3rd down for the Ducks. Third down for Washington. Ball at about the 33.5-yard line. Here's the snap. Nix rolls to his right. Drifting back, running for his life. Has to throw it out of bounds, and it's going to be a Oregon 4th down. So just like that, back-to-back possessions, it'll be 3 and out once again for the Oregon Ducks, unless they elect to go for it on their own 34, already trailing by 10. Nix tried to run back to his right side run back towards his left after rolling right. Realized he was about to get sacked, so he just threw it out of bounds. 4th and 1. Washington looks to be in a single set defense. Here's the snap. Here's the kick. And the Ducks will punt it away, making the fair catch at about the 22-yard line for Washington. It's Jeremy Bernard. It'll be 1st and 10 Huskies with a 10-0 lead. They're showing the replay, and Washington tricked Nix by going into a zone. They had a bunch set up top and basically was running a version of a pick play. Washington, sitting in the zone package, had it covered. 1st and 10, shotgun formation from the 22-yard line. Here's the snap, the handoff, end around to the right-hand side. Huskies get about a 3 or 4 yard gain. It'll be 2nd and about 6 for Washington. Washington, shotgun formation, 3 up high, 1 down low. Penix drops back to pass. Here comes the pressure. Firing it down the right sideline, in and out of the hands of the intended receiver. Just got 1 mid on it. It'll be 3rd and 5. Would have been a miraculous catch had the catch been made. Looks like that was possibly Jackson. Just had it on his right hand over towards the right sideline, but once again, would have been a miracle catch. 3rd and 5. Shotgun set. Penix drops back to pass, fires it over to the left-hand side. It's going to be caught, and I believe it's going to be. Yes, they're going to give him the yardage for a Washington 1st down. Just got enough yardage to move the chains. He caught the ball. To be honest, when he came down with the ball in the field of play, he appears to be about a half yard short. But a bad spot by the Zebras, and there's going to be, looks like, well, they're showing flag on the screen, but it will be a flag. It'll be false start. I thought maybe they were stopping to take a look at it. So nonetheless, the play will count at that point. 1st and 15. Shotgun formation for Michael Penix Jr. and the Washington Husky. 1st and 15 from their own 27. 2 down low, 1 up high. Here's the snap. Fakes the handoff, fires it over to the right-hand side. The catch is made. Adunze making the catch, and at about a 5-yard gain, it'll be 2nd down. Good, tough catch by Rome Adunze. Big kid. Rome Adunze, 6'3", 215. He looks closer to 6'5". And about 225. He is a big, big kid. 2nd and 9. Here's the snap. Penix drops back to pass, fires it over to the left-hand side, making the catch, dancing around, spinning for about a yard, maybe a 2-yard gain after he dove forward. And it'll be 3rd and about 7 or 8. Catch was made by Jackson. They're going to call it 3rd and 6. How about that? That is going to end the first quarter. When we come back, Washington trying to add to their 10-0 lead. We are in the Pac-12 championship for 2023. Saturday, 3 p.m. Eastern, it's the Army-Navy game. Army Black Knights go head-to-head with the Navy Midship, an American classic that dates all the way back to 1890. The Armchair Quarterbacks Radio Network will be there bringing you the action. Army-Navy, Saturday, 3 p.m. Eastern, right here on youtube.com/@BravesCountry.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles Veneer Special includes 1 free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
Here's good news. There's still a need for hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity professionals in the U.S. right now. And My Computer Career is training people to help meet the demand. No IT experience? No problem. Take the free career evaluation today. Start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
Of all the cheers during the Steeler dynasty, the most welcome was heard in 1974.
Pittsburgh's going to the Super Bowl. We got a feeling. Pittsburgh's going to the Super Bowl. We got a feeling.
Art Rooney's team won the Super Bowl in 1974 and again in 1975 against the Dallas Cowboys. 2 years later, they defeated Dallas again for Super Bowl win number 3. Then in 1980, they won over the Los Angeles Rams in Super Bowl 14. The Pittsburgh Steelers made up for 40 years of defeat with a decade of victory. A decade unequaled for sustained excellence. 8 straight playoff appearances, 4 Super Bowl championships. The Pittsburgh Steelers of the 1970s. The best team ever.
Armchair.
Saturday, 3 p.m. Eastern, it's the Army-Navy game. Army Black Knights go head-to-head with the Navy Midship, an American classic that dates all the way back to 1890. The Armchair Quarterbacks Radio Network will be there bringing you the action. Army-Navy, Saturday, 3 p.m. Eastern, right here on youtube.com/@BravesCountry.
Are you looking...
Welcome back. Second quarter action here. Pac-12 championship game, Las Vegas, Nevada. 3rd and 6. Penix and the Huskies going right to left on your radio dial. Shotgun formation. 2 up high, 2 down low. 1 back in the backfield. Here's the snap. Penix drops back to pass. Looks down the left-hand sideline. Overthrows his man by about 7 or 8 yards, and it'll be 4th down. Penix wants a flag. We'll have to look at the replay here. Looking at the replay, I don't think you're going to get that call. The defender touched the receiver going by, but he didn't really impede his ability to make the catch, and that ball was well overthrown. So 4th and 6. Huskies to punt. Here's the snap. High, deep kick down to the 10-yard line. Fair caught. And that's where the Bo Nix-led Oregon Ducks will set up shop. Trailing 10-0. By the way, if you're wondering about the Conference USA Championship game, they are at the half, and we got a tight one there. It is a 21-21 tie. New Mexico State was a 10.5-point dog. So a live dog there in the Conference USA Championship game. Bo Nix and company, starting from their own 10-yard line, left to right on your radio dial. Shotgun set. Here's the snap. Here's the handoff. Off the left-hand side, dancing around. Bucky Irving gets maybe 1.5 yards, possibly 2. Looked like he could have had a little better gain there, but back into the teeth of the defense. If he takes it up the left-hand side, probably gains 4 or 5 yards. Trying to make that big play happen, dance himself back into a tackle. Shotgun formation, 3 down low, 1 up high, 1 back in the backfield. Irving goes out wide. Here's the snap, pitch and catch, turns and making the catch, and a nifty move, turning in and getting an Oregon first down. Holy cow. He had 2 defenders on him. The wide receiver, Tez Johnson, just catches a little out pattern on the right side of the field and turns back in. As here's the shotgun snap, pitch and catch over to Johnson again. He'll get about a 6-yard gain, and it'll be second down. To clean that up real quick, 2 defenders were closing on him. He spun back towards the middle of the field, and the 2 defenders collided, and Johnson was off to the races. 2nd and 3, they'll call it. Shotgun formation. Bo Nix getting the call and relaying it to his troops. Ball is at the 36-yard line of Oregon. 2 backs in the backfield. Shotgun snap. Seems to be some confusion there in the backfield. Here's the handoff up to Bucky Irving. Bucky Irving dives ahead for about a 4-yard gain. It'll be an Oregon Ducks first down. Good run by Irving. Had to twist and turn, but put his nose down and got the first down for Oregon. 1st and 10, ball at the 41-yard line of the Ducks. Shotgun snap. Here's fakes the handoff, and Bo Nix takes it up the middle. It's a quarterback keeper for about a 7-yard gain for the Ducks, making it second and about, we'll call it a long 3. Bo Nix, of course, the transfer from Auburn, has really resurrected his career. Shotgun snap. Nix drops back to pass, fires it over in the middle, making the catch. Looked like it possibly the tight end, Terrence Ferguson. He makes the catch. Just spins back into the inside, and it's a first down Oregon. Ball just short of the Washington 45. We'll call it the 46. Shotgun snap. Here's the handoff. No, he fakes it, pitches it over to the right-hand side, making the catch, dancing his way past the first down marker. Troy Franklin, the 6'3" junior out of East Palo Alto, California, dancing around and making the Huskies defense miss. Second time on this drive that the Oregon Ducks have danced their way past the secondary. And it's an Oregon Ducks first down. Inching closer to the red zone. Ducks trail by 10. 11 minutes here in the second. Ball at the 35-yard line. Shotgun snap. Nix fakes the handoff. Flips it over to the left-hand side, making the catch and rumbling down the sidelines. It looks like a first down. Could be about an 11-yard gain. Good catch and good run by the tight end, Casey Kelly. "6'3" junior out of Niagara Falls, New York. And it's an Oregon Ducks first down. 1st and 10 on the 24. Ducks methodically moving the sticks, trailing by 10. Here's the pitch off to Bucky Irving. Bucky Irving dances his way, gets about it. We'll call it a 3-yard gain on the left-hand side, just short of the 20. It'll be second and about 7. In the NBA tonight, in the third quarter, the Boston Celtics lead the Philadelphia 76ers by 3. Liberty has taken a touchdown lead over New Mexico State in the Conference USA Championship. Shotgun formation. 2nd and 7 from the 21. Nix fires it over to the right-hand side, making the catch, and he is going to be dropped for about a 2 to 3 yard loss. It was a bubble screen on the right-hand side. And Tez Johnson, who made a really nifty play earlier in this drive, was stopped behind the line. By number 13, Cameron Callahan. 3rd and 9, shotgun snap. Nix drops back to pass, fires it over the middle, in and out of the arms. Good pass, but the ball was dropped. And it'll be 4th down, but we've got a flag on the play, and it's going to be offsides on the Huskies, giving the Ducks new life. It'll be 3rd and short. Big penalty. Looks like he might have lined up offsides. He did. Looking at the replay. The defensive end, Braylon Trice. So 3rd and 4. Ball is at the 23-yard line. 2 up high, 2 down low. Running back in the backfield. Here's the snap. Bo Nix fires it over to the left-hand side. The ball is in and out of the arms of another Oregon Ducks receiver. This time, it appears it was Troy Franklin, and he is writhing on the ground and what appears to be in some pain. On the deflection was Jabbar Muhammad. They're going to take a look at Franklin. It's 4th and 4. You would think most likely Oregon would kick the field goal just to get on the board. We'll see how they play this. It does appear that the field goal kicker is on the field. They're heading to break. We'll take the break with them. When we come back, 4th and 4, Oregon with the ball in the red zone.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Hey, Braves Country, this is Mac McGee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free, and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's the Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
Brand new for the 2024 Braves Country Radio broadcast season. Along with pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play, the classic call of Braves Country Baseball, we will bring you a live pregame show and postgame show. The phone lines wide open for you to call, react, or ask your questions along with the chat. That's Braves Country today, pregame. Braves Country tonight, postgame. We'll see you in 2024. Welcome back. Still waiting for them to come back to the action as 10-0 is your score. Oregon is in field goal range. It's 4th and 4. And an injury timeout. Looked like Troy Franklin on the field. In the Conference USA Championship, Liberty leads New Mexico State by a touchdown. Troy Franklin, they're looking at him on the sideline. I'm thinking it might have been his left shoulder. As he hit the ground, tried to catch himself, and his shoulder might have taken most of the blow. Camden Lewis is set to kick here. Just 10 of 16 on the year. Here's the snap. Here's the kick. It is up. It is high. It is good. And the Oregon Ducks are on the board. 10-3 your score. Bo Nix and company back in this game. They're going to need a big stop by the defense. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, Michael Penix Jr. and company will take the field with a 7-point lead.
The original AFL was a motley collection of misfits and NFL rejects. Playing before largely empty stadiums, the new league was mildly entertaining, though seriously lacking in the fundamentals of defense. The league did have an enthusiastic high school charm, but it was scoffed at by the NFL establishment. Mickey Mouse football, they called it. The equivalent of Saturday morning cartoons, others said, but the AFL persevered, and in an effort to entertain, they found that passing the ball.
Of all the cheers during the Steeler dynasty,
The original AFL was a motley persevered, and in an effort to entertain, they found that passing the ball rather than running it appealed to a whole new generation of football fans.
In the early history of the American Football League, it was necessary for us to do as good a job as we could to appeal to the fans. And we knew that the one way to do it was to put the ball in the air often. Our fans didn't care where it went as long as the ball was thrown down the field.
Armchair.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturdays, 10 a.m., you'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Matt McGee, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live, 10 a.m., Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. Right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM, WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair.
Welcome back. We got ourselves a ball game again. It's 10-3. Washington set to receive the kickoff. Oregon down 10-0, marched the field and got in field goal range, and that's where we set 8:46 left on the clock here in the second quarter. The kickoff is in and out of the end zone once again. Washington will set up shop at their own 25. Neither one of these teams have had a kickoff returned on them yet. Michael Penix Jr., 9 of 14 on the night, 66 yards total. Shotgun formation, pistol set. Wide receiver in motion. Penix drops back to pass, fires it over to the left-hand sideline. Ball is caught at about the 46-yard line, and it will be a first down for the Washington Huskies. Looked like that was Adunze once again. Nice little nifty catch. Just an out route to the sideline. Kept his feet in bounds. And it's 1st and 10. Shotgun formation, 3 high, 1 low. 1 back set going right to left on your radio dial. Here's the snap. Penix drops back to pass, fires it over the middle. Catch is made at about the 50-yard line. Call it about a 3, maybe 4-yard completion. And it'll be second and very manageable for the Huskies. Huskies been doing very well on first down. It'll be second. We'll call it 6. A short 6, closer to 5. Shotgun formation. Johnson in the backfield. 3 wide, down low. Here's the snap. Penix drops back to pass. Not much of a rush. Here comes the fire down the left hash mark. It's going to be caught inside the Oregon Duck 5-yard line. It'll be 1st and goal for the Washington Huskies. They gave Penix all day to throw down there. And the catch was made by Jalen McMillan. He's had himself a pretty good game so far. Wide open in the corner. Almost scored. Shotgun snap. Pitch off to the left-hand side. And that's going to be a touchdown for the Huskies. Is an end-around pitch. Jeremy Bernard runs in to make it 16-7, extra point pending. That'll go as a touchdown pass for Penix, as it was a shovel pass, about a half-yard shovel pass in the backfield. End around play works to perfection. (16-3) your score, 6:48 left in the second. Time is called. Looks like there's going to be a flag on the play, delay a game, so you can tack on 5 yards to the extra point attempt. Still very manageable as college football continues to have the very short extra point attempts. They have not gone to the long ones as they have in the National Football League. This will be a 25-yard attempt. 16-3 your score. Here's the snap. Here's the kick. And just gets it into the uprights. Man, oh man, was that close. We'll be back in a flash Oregon gets the ball on the kickoff.
Here's good news. There's still a need for hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity professionals in the U.S. right now. And My Computer Career is training people to help meet the demand. No IT experience? No problem. Take the free career evaluation today. Start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Hey, Braves Country, this is Mac McGee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free, and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Brand new for the 2024 Braves Country Radio broadcast season, along with pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play, the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. We will bring you a live pregame show and postgame show. The phone lines wide open for you to call, react, or ask your questions along with the chat. That's Braves Country today pregame, Braves Country tonight postgame. We'll see you in 2024. Welcome back. 17-3 is your score. Bo Nix and company about to get the ball back. Struggling out of the gates. They had 2 consecutive 3-and-outs. Since then, they did put together a drive to get a field goal their last time out, but have yet to punch it into the end zone. Meanwhile, Washington has been going up and down the field on this Oregon defense. Michael Penix Jr., 12 of 17 for 137 yards. Dylan Johnson, 52 yards rushing. Oregon, remember, Washington got the ball. So Oregon has a chance for a 2-for-1 here. They can go down and put a drive together and score before the half. They could get the ball back. They got a lot of work to do. Here's the kickoff. It'll go in and out of the end zone once again. Liberty now putting it on New Mexico State. They are up by 2 touchdowns. That game is still 9 minutes left in the third quarter. Bo Nix and company on their own 25-yard line. They'll come out once again in the shotgun formation. Three up high. Here's the snap. Nix fakes the handoff, swing pass over to the left-hand side to Bucky Irving. He'll make the catch, but he'll get dropped behind the line of scrimmage. It'll be about a 1-yard loss. It'll be second and long. This Washington defense not being fooled at all. Shotgun formation, 2nd and 11. Huge. Here's the snap. Ball ran right up the middle by Bucky Irving. Maybe a 1-yard gain or so. It'll be 3rd and very long. This is a huge drive for Oregon. They can ill afford to have yet another 3 and out. You heard of the butt fumble. That was Bucky Irving having a butt tackle. He ran right into the backside of his lineman, and it dropped him like a stone. They're going to credit him for a 2-yard gain, so it will be 3rd and 9. Ball at the 26-yard line. Washington, 3 down linemen, running a 3-3-5 defense. Here's the snap. Nix fires it over the middle. Catch is made, and receiver will be upended after about a 4-yard gain. The tight end making the catch, Terrence Ferguson, but couldn't get much more. It'll be 4th down. What it looks like right now is that Kalen DeBoer and his coaching staff is out coaching Dan Lanning and company in the early onset. 4th and 4 from the 31-yard line. Here's the snap, the punt. Almost gets it, kicks it high and deep, down inside the 20-yard line. Fair caught by the Huskies, and they will set up shop at about the 18-yard line when we come back. Michael Penix Jr. and the Washington Huskies running away with this one so far. The Ducks need a big stop. We'll be back in a flash. Saturday, 3 p.m. Eastern, it's the Army-Navy game. Army Black Knights go head-to-head with the Navy Midship, an American classic that dates all the way back to 1890. The Armchair Quarterbacks Radio Network will be there bringing you the action. Army-Navy, Saturday, 3 p.m. Eastern, right here on youtube.com/@BravesCountry.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes 1 free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
Here's good news. There's still a need for hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity professionals in the U.S. right now. And My Computer Career is training people to help meet the demand. No IT experience? No problem. Take the free career evaluation today. Start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
welcome back. Shotgun formation. Penix and the Huskies. Penix drops back to snap, has all day, fires it over to the right-hand side, making the catches to Dunze, and that'll be a Washington Huskies first down. Good pitch and catch there by the Huskies. Dunze. Long drag route over to the right-hand side, got back behind both defenders, and it'll be 1st and 10 at the 50-yard line. First and 10, shotgun snap, pitch off to the right-hand side. Running off to the right side is Dylan Johnson. He'll get a gain of about a couple. It'll be 2nd down. Washington leads it 17-3. 3.5 minutes left here in the second quarter. Shotgun formation, Penix. Here comes some razzle-dazzle. Couple of reverses and a pitch back to the left-hand side. Dunze has it. He'll make the catch, and he gets down to the Oregon 38-yard line. And it'll be a Washington Huskies first down. There's a double reverse, then a flea flicker pitch back to Penix. First and 10 for the Huskies. They lead by 2 touchdowns. Second quarter of the Pac-12 championship game. 2:50 on the clock. Shotgun formation. Receiver in motion. Penix drops back to pass. Fires it over to the right-hand side. Catch is made by McMillan. He will dance his way into and down to the 20-yard line of the Oregon Ducks. And Washington is having their way against this Ducks defense so far in the first half. First and 10, 2:10 on the clock. Clock is ticking down. Ball is placed at the 22. Here's the snap. Penix fires it over to the right-hand side, in and out of the hands of the intended receiver. Ball was a little behind the receiver as he was getting pressure put on by a couple of linemen by the Ducks, but nonetheless, it'll be 2nd and long. Ducks lineman getting up and making a lot of noise, talking a lot of noise to Penix. I'm sure Penix is pointing at the scoreboard. 2nd and 10. Minute 56 left in the half. Here's the shotgun snap, the pitch off to the left-hand side. Rumbling his way for about a 3-4 yard gain. It'll be 3rd and about, we'll call it about 5. Oregon's going to use their first timeout in hopes to get the ball back and maybe make some noise of their own before the end of this half. (17-3) your score. Remember, Oregon gets the ball to start the second half. So a big stop here would be huge for the Ducks. Force them to a field goal. Shotgun formation. Two up high, two down low. Empty backfield. Penix fires it over to the right-hand side. Caught. Dropped behind the line of scrimmage. It'll be about a 2-yard loss and a 4th down upcoming for the Huskies. You would think Oregon would probably take their timeout, their second timeout of the half, and they do. It'll be 4th and 8. Gross, the kicker, will be asked to come out here and make the kick. Grady Gross has been perfect so far tonight. Kicked a field goal, a couple extra points. He's got 5 of the 17 points. For the Huskies. Of course, he had the big field goal against Washington State last week. Gross setting up. Short field goal kick. We'll call it about 37 yards. Here's the snap. Here's the kick. It's up, and it is good. It is 20-3. Washington, 1 minute and 39 seconds left on the clock here in the second half. Bo Nix and the Oregon Ducks are set to receive the ball. You got to figure they at least got to get a field goal out of this drive. They need some kind of, they only have one timeout now. They need some kind of a sign that there's a pulse in this offense. The defense will get an extended rest. Still a long way to go in this one, but this is a critical possession for the Oregon Ducks. Washington setting up to kick off. 1 minute 39 left here in the first half, second quarter. Huskies in all purple in their gold helmet, set to kick off. Here's the kick. High and deep and in and out of the end zone once again. And Oregon will set up shop at the 25. Taking a look at the other game. Liberty leads by just 7 on New Mexico State earlier. Liberty kicked a field goal, and it appeared to go through the uprights, but the referees said no dice. So what would have been a 10-point lead is just a 7-point lead. That's the Conference USA Championship game going on right now. They are late in the third quarter. Shotgun snap. Here's Bo Nix. Rolls off to the right-hand side. Drifts back, fires it over the right-hand side. Catch is made. Up and around the 50-yard line. Knifing into Washington territory. Gets hit out of bounds. Will they get a flag for that as well? Nonetheless, even if they do not, the Oregon Ducks have gotten into Washington Huskies territory quickly. Got pushed out at about the 36. They did not call that flag. Fortunate for the Huskies. Tez Johnson with the catch. Shotgun snap. Nix drops back to pass. Running and firing off his right foot. Fires it in the end zone. Nobody in the area. Not sure who he was throwing to. It'll be second and long. Must have been a miscommunication on the play because he was firing it in deep in towards the end zone. Ball dropped at about the 3-4 yard line of Washington. There were no defenders. There were no receivers in the area. Shotgun formation, 1:21 left on the clock. Oregon does have one timeout. Pac-12 championship on the line. 2nd and 10 from the 36 of Washington. Nix fires the ball over the middle. Catch is made. It's going to be about an 11, 12-yard gain and an Oregon Duck first down. Good catch made by Franklin on the play. Troy Franklin moves the sticks. 1st and 10 from the 24-yard line. 1 minute 7 seconds left in the half. Shotgun formation. Nix drops back to pass, fires it over the middle. Ball is tipped up and falls harmlessly to the ground. Came in and out of the arms of Bucky Irving. That could have been a disaster. Ball hit him right in the hands. He could not hold on. It's an inside slant. Wide open. Ball hit him right in the hands. You got to make that catch. Ball was a little high, a touch behind him, but that's a catch you got to make. Shotgun formation, 2 up high, 1 down low. Irving in the backfield. Nix changes the call. Pump fakes, fires it towards the end zone, and that is going to fall to the ground. Incomplete, but there will be a flag on number 1, Muhammad. He wants to get a call of uncatchable, but it looked like he was being held on the play. We'll see what happens here. Pass interference. Muhammad's making the argument that the catch was uncatchable, but it was uncatchable because he was holding him. If he lets the receiver go, there's no telling if he gets close to that. I've always hated that as an argument, catchable or uncatchable. If the ball's well out of bounds, it's one thing, but if it's in the field of play, it's really hard to make that distinction. Shotgun formation, 1st and goal at the 9-yard line. 1 timeout left, 52 seconds. Shotgun formation, Nix fakes the handoff. It's a keeper. He's going to run it head first, dive down to the 1-yard line of the Washington Huskies. Oregon Ducks are knocking on the door for their first touchdown of the game. Can they get in? They'll mark them down to the 2. Here's the snap. Handoff to Irving. Irving gets absolutely nothing. Stopped right there on the play. It'll be 3rd and goal. Appeared to be a bad spot. It looked like Nix actually got inside the 1. 14 seconds left. Shotgun snap. Rolls up high. A nice touch pass into the back of the end zone. Making the catch is the tight end Ferguson. And it is an Oregon Duck touchdown. Quack, quack. The Ducks are on the board. And the Huskies lead it 20-9 with the extra point pending. Nice touch pass by Bo Nix. Well-developed play. Ferguson dragged the back half of that end zone and just got his feet in bounds. Here's the snap. Here's the kick. It's up. It's good. And the Oregon Ducks have cut the lead to 10. 9 seconds left on the clock here in the second half. We'll be heading to halftime. And remember, Oregon gets the ball to start the second half. So we could have ourselves a really close ball game very quickly if Oregon takes advantage. In the Conference USA Championship game, New Mexico State and Liberty, they are tied. 35-35 going towards the fourth quarter. Nine seconds on the clock. Oregon set to kick it off. You got to figure, unless they get one heck of a return here, the Huskies will just take it to the half. Here's the kick. High and deep, going in and out of the back of the end zone. It'll be 1st and 10. 9 seconds left on their own 25-yard line. Can't imagine that Washington would attempt anything here. more bad than good could come out of it. Last thing you want to do is turn the ball over. And that's exactly what they'll do. They will knee on it, and they will head it to the half. Oregon will not stop it, and we will head to the half. Washington, shocking the world so far, a 10-point underdog coming into the game. They lead by 10. We will head to the half. 20-10. We'll be back for the second half kickoff. Keep it locked in here on Braves Country Radio. We are back, and after the opening kickoff, it was in and out of the end zone. Oregon starting at the 25-yard line, 1st and 10. First play was ran up the middle for a 16-yard gain. 1st and 10 from the 36. Shotgun snap. Bo Nix throws it deep down the center of the field. Incomplete. 2nd down. 20-10 your score. 14:36 left here in the third quarter. Oregon going left to right on your radio dial. Shotgun snap. Nix fires it over to the right-hand side. Caught, but dropped for about a 3-4 yard gain. It'll be 3rd down, and we'll call it about 3. Oregon at about midfield. You would think this is close enough. They're going to call it 3rd and 5. It looked closer to 3, but they didn't give them a very good mark. You would think if they could get it close, this could be 4 down territory for the Huskies, trailing by 10 at about midfield. We'll have to see how 3rd down plays out. Shotgun snap. Nix drops back to pass. Fires it down the left-hand side. The ball is going to fall to the ground, and it is going to be 4th down. Johnson blaming the lights. Johnson claiming that the lights were in his eyes. There was a little bit of contact, but not quite enough to get a flag. It does look like that the Ducks are at least going to show that they're going for it. 4th down at midfield, 5 to go. Ball on the Oregon 47-yard line. Shotgun snap. Here's the pitch, the catch, and it's going to be an Oregon first down. Bo Nix fires it over the middle, just past the line to gain. Good pitch and catch by the Ducks. It looked like that was Troy Franklin making the catch. 1st and 10. Nix drops back to pass and gets the ball batted at the line of scrimmage. It'll be 2nd down. 2nd and 10. Just past the 50-yard line of the Washington Huskies. We'll call it the 47-yard line, 2nd and 10, shotgun formation. Here's the snap, the handoff up the middle, about a 2-yard, maybe 1-yard gain. It'll be 3rd and very long. So 3rd and long once again. Oregon coming out of halftime, looking to score in their first possession, but stubbing their toe so far. It's 3rd and 9. Shotgun formation. Bo Nix looks in at the Washington defense, who is showing pressure. Here's the snap. Nix drops back to pass, fires it down the left-hand side. He's going to drop it in for a first down. Wheel route, good pitch and catch. Looks like that was the tailback, Jordan James, making the catch down the sideline. He got the linebacker on him and ran right by him. Good pitch and catch. It's 1st and 10. 1st and 10 from the 16. James with handoff, right running, knifing up the sideline. It'll be about an 8-yard gain in 2nd and short. New Mexico State, by the way, they now trail by 14 in the Conference USA Championship game. There's about 8 minutes to go in that one. Shotgun formation. Nix fakes it off to the right, fires it over the middle, and in and out of the arms of his intended receiver. Nix faked the handoff, and I think he could have ran for maybe about a 4 or 5 yard gain. Instead, decided to dump it onto the slant pattern. Number 15, Tez Johnson. Kind of a low throw. 3rd and 2. Shotgun formation. 5 wide, empty backfield. Runner in motion. Here's the bubble screen off to the left-hand side. The catch is made, and Bucky Irving will have an Oregon first down. Bubble screen on the left-hand side. He got just enough to get the first down marker at about the 4-yard line. So it'll be 1st and goal inside the Washington 5. Oregon trails 20-10. 3rd quarter, 11-11 on the clock. Shotgun formation. Nix drops back to pass, fires it over into the end zone, trying to make a one-handed grab, contested defensive play. Ball was intended for the tight end, Ferguson. He was well covered on the play. 2nd and goal. It would have taken an Odell Beckham Jr. type of one-handed grab. He and the defender were fighting each other all the way on the play. Shotgun formation. Ball's just at the 5-yard line. Bucky Irvin gets the handoff. He will dance around and get about a 2-3 yard gain. It'll be 3rd and goal at the 3. Third and goal. 10.5 minutes left. Shotgun formation. Here's the snap. Winding off to the right. Running in and trying to make something happen. Bo Nix dives ahead for about a 2-yard gain, but it will be 4th and goal at about the 2.5 yard line of Washington. Dan Lanning appears to be going for it. Remember, the Ducks trail by 2 scores. You do wonder if this is the wise move here, though they would have Washington pinned if they don't get it. Shotgun formation, empty backfield. Here's the snap, the pitch. Nix fires it into the end zone. Is it caught? Ferguson with the touchdown. Terrence Ferguson, the tight end, with his 2nd touchdown of the game. And the Oregon Ducks, quack, quack, are back in the ball game. 20-16 your score. Nix was flushed out of the pocket, had to run to his right side, fire the ball into Ferguson. And the defender, who is diving towards the ball, just missed knocking it down. They will go for the extra point, not the 2. So the snap, the kick, it's up, it's good, and we've got ourselves a 3-point ball game in Vegas, the Pac-12 championship for 2023, and a possible bid to the college football playoffs on the line. We'll be back in a flash. Saturday, 3 p.m. Eastern, it's the Army-Navy game. Army Black Knights go head-to-head with the Navy Midshipmen, an American classic that dates all the way back to 1890. The Armchair Quarterbacks Radio Network will be there bringing you the action. Army-Navy, Saturday, 3 p.m. Eastern, right here on youtube.com/@BravesCountry.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes 1 free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
Here's good news. There's still a need for hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity professionals in the U.S. right now. And My Computer Career is training people to help meet the demand. No IT experience? No problem. Take the free career evaluation today. Start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
Welcome back. 20-17 is your score. The Huskies will now get the ball. Here's the kick. High and deep down into the end zone. It'll be a touchback, and Penix and company will take over at their own 25. Little bit of chippiness at the end of that play on the kickoff. One of the Oregon players banged into one of the Washington players around the 20. Doesn't appear it's going to draw a flag, but I'm sure the referees will be keeping an eye on this going forward. Shotgun formation for Penix and company. 9:39 on the clock. The handoff is up the middle for about a 2-yard gain, we'll call it. The Oregon defensive line appears to be fired up. Monty jumping up and stomping around. They have new life, trailing by just 3. Dylan Johnson with the carry. Johnson, 11 rushes for 58 yards and a touchdown so far. He also has a 7-yard catch. Shotgun formation, 2nd and 8 from the 27-yard line. Here's the handoff to Johnson. Once again, he knifes his way all the way up. It's going to be a 10, 15-yard gain, and it's going to be a Washington Huskies first down. Huskies rumbling all the way through that Oregon defense. Damani, who is stomping around and demonstratively after that first play, is getting dragged on the second. Shotgun formation. 3 down low. The fake the handoff to Johnson. Here's the bubble screen off to the left-hand side. Making the catch is McMillan. He'll gain about 2 or 3 yards. It'll be 2nd down. 7:59 on the clock here in the third quarter. Catch you up on all the scores going around the world of college basketball and the NBA later on. Shotgun formation. Penix getting the call from the sidelines. 2 down wide, 1 up top. Tight end on the H-back. Here's the snap. Penix all day to throw. Fires off his back foot, and that ball's going to fall out incomplete over the head of his intended receiver. Bad throw. Could have been easily picked off. Just kind of fluttered it up there. It'll be 3rd and 6. So 3rd down. Earlier tonight in the NBA, Celtics beat the Sixers 125-19. Pelicans over the Spurs. Grizzly over the Magic. Knicks over the Raptors. And the Magic beat the Wizards. Shotgun formation, 3rd and 6. Looked to be a false start. It is. They're going to blow the call dead. It'll be false start on Washington. That'll make it 3rd and 11. Only one game in the NBA currently going on there in the first quarter. Nuggets and Suns 15-14. Just getting underway. College basketball had a busy night in the top 25. Purdue leads Northwestern by 1 in the second half. Kansas and UConn 40-36 Jayhawks in the second half. Shotgun formation, 3rd and 11. Here's the snap. Penix fires off his back foot, and that ball is picked off. The Ducks have got it. Defender fell to the ground, so he will be down where he picked the pass off. Another bad throw by Penix. And it'll be 1st and 10, Oregon. Penix consistently throws off his back foot. If he sees pressure, you see him throw off his back foot and just tries to will it in there. And that one sailed on him. That's the danger of throwing off your back foot like that. The ball tends to sail, and you don't have the zip on it. He got away with it on the throw before. That one, Kyrie Jackson picks the ball off. So 1st and 10, 41-yard line for the Ducks. Handoff is up the middle and get about a 2-3 yard gain. 2nd down. (20-17) your score. Shotgun snap. Bo Nix drops back to pass, rolls out to the right, looking, fires down the right-hand sideline, and that ball is picked off and in and out of the arms of the defender. Looks like he dropped it. Are they going to give him credit for the interception? I believe they are. It was a bad throw by Nix. I don't believe he saw the defender. Had plenty of zip there, just threw it right into coverage. He rolled out to his right. I don't know who he was throwing. I guess he was throwing to the receiver that was coming back quite a ways. Oh, wait a minute. There should have been a flag on this because the defender stepped out of bounds. He was the first one to catch the ball. He also dropped the ball. So we'll see if they're going to review this. I would think they would. They are. We'll be back in a flash. Believe it'll still be Ducks ball. Oregon trails Washington 20-17 in the Pac-12 title game.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Hey, Braves Country, this is Mac McGee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free, and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's the Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
Brand new for the 2024 Braves Country Radio broadcast season. Along with pitch by pitch, play by play, the classic call of Braves Country Baseball, we will bring you a live pregame show and postgame show. The phone lines wide open for you to call, react, or ask your questions along with the chat. That's Braves Country today pregame, Braves Country tonight postgame. We'll see you in 2024. Welcome back. Oregon trails this one 20-17. Now, if you're just joining us, Oregon was in danger of getting knocked out of this game. They got a big touchdown drive to end the half and then scored a touchdown to begin this half after a couple of fourth downs. They then intercepted Michael Penix Jr. Bo Nix has thrown an interception, but they are reviewing this. and the defender stepped out of bounds and then came back in. And they're going to give it to him. So, okay. Pac-12 football. There you go. 1st and 10. Pistol formation. Ball is thrown and caught over on the left sideline by McMillan. It's 2nd and about 6. Bo Nix and company. Trying to get the ball back. Penix trying to extend the lead. Shotgun formation, 3 up high. Here's the snap. Handoff, Dylan Johnson. Dylan Johnson once again rumbles for about a 2-yard gain. It'll be 3rd and about 1.5 yards. Liberty appears to be set to hold on to the Conference USA Championship game. They will be undefeated and ranked in the top 25, making them eligible for a possible New Year's 6 bowl game. Shotgun formation, 3rd and 2. Huskies, here's the snap. Looked like they might have jumped. Here's the throw down the right side, and it is going to be fall incomplete. Here comes a flag, and they're going to say that it's interference on the Oregon defender Manning. Not sure about this one. They are calling pass interference, so that'll be a 15-yard penalty. Or the spot. Looks like it's about a 10 or 11-yard. Did look like he turned and grabbed his arms as the ball was in the air, so probably a pretty good call. The first look, it didn't appear so. But a good call by the line judge. 1st and 10 from the 36-yard line. Pistol set. 3 down. Going right to left on your radio dial. Here's the handoff to Johnson. Johnson up the middle for about a 3-4 yard gain. It'll be 2nd and about 6. Just notice Dylan Johnson wears a hoodie underneath his jersey. It seems kind of foolish. Seems like a really good opportunity for someone to grab onto that hoodie as you roll by. Pistol formation. Here's the snap, the handoff to Johnson up the middle. He'll get slammed down to the turf. About a 6 or 7 yard gain. It'll be 3rd, and we'll call it a long 1, maybe 2. Off tackle on the left-hand side. Johnson couldn't quite get in there for the first down, but at 3rd and about 2 is what they'll call it. Penix under center, 3rd and 2. Here comes some razzle-dazzle. They're going to fake the end around, and Johnson is going to eat turf. He trips the turf monster, gets a hold of him, trips him up about 1 yard or 2 short of the line to gain, barely getting back to the line of scrimmage. Would have been a tough play for him to make it to the edge and get that first down. It'll be 4th and 2. 4th and 2. Looks like they are going for it. Pistol set. Man in motion. Here's the snap. Penix rolls to his left. The left-handed quarterback is going to get sacked. He's going to get sacked. It's about an 8 or 10 yard loss. Penix did not see the heat coming from his right-hand side, rolling to his left, got tripped up at the ankles, and the Oregon Ducks will take over right there where he lay. There was nobody open on the play. Penix was trying to buy time, and he ran out of time as the cornerback blitz came in and dropped him. And the Ducks will take over at about the 39-yard line of Oregon. We will be back in a flash and get you updated on Conference USA. Saturday, 3 p.m. Eastern, it's the Army-Navy game. Army Black Knights go head-to-head with the Navy Midshipmen, an American classic that dates all the way back to 1890. The Armchair Quarterbacks Radio Network will be there bringing you the action. Army-Navy, Saturday, 3 p.m. Eastern, right here on youtube.com/@BravesCountry.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes one free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
Here's good news. There's still a need for hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity professionals in the U.S. right now. And My Computer Career is training people to help meet the demand. No IT experience? No problem. Take the free career evaluation today. Start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
Welcome back. Oregon with a huge stop. It is over in Lynchburg, Virginia. The Liberty Flames have won the Conference USA Championship. They beat New Mexico State. Yes, oddly enough, that is Conference USA football in 2023. Liberty versus New Mexico State. 14-point win. They were a 10.5-point favorite. Washington turns the ball over on downs. Would have been a long field goal, so you understand why they went for it. They've got a solid field goal kicker, but not one of the stronger legs. So here we go. Bo Nix and company. Shotgun set. Nix gets the snap, fires it over to the left side, bubble screen. It's going to be caught and rumbled up the sideline for about a 7-yard gain. Second and 3. (20-17) your score. Here's the play action pass. Nix has room to run. He's going to rattle down the sidelines. He's going to run. He's going to keep running, keep running, keep running. He's out of bounds at the 10-yard line. Bo Nix gets about a 45-yard run. They were on their own 45-yard line. He took off down the sideline. I want to make sure I've got that right. It looked like he got at it around the 10. Might have been a touch before, but definitely over a 40-yard run. 1st and 10, so not quite 1st and goal at the 11-yard line, they'll call it. It's a 44-yard gain. Shotgun snap. Man in motion. Nix will keep it. There's a flag on the play. The ball is loose. The offensive lineman scoops it. He scores. Have to get this cleaned up. I don't know if that play will count or not. There was a flag on the play. It looked like it could have been an offsides, but it may have been. Nix appears to be down. So that touchdown will not count. Now you got to clean up the flag. His knee was down, and then the ball got punched out by the defensive lineman of Washington. It's a good heads-up play by Oregon's offensive line to scoop it and score, but it's not going to count. They continue to pat him on the back, but I don't think that's going to count. Once again, you can see it. His knee's down, his shin's down, everything's down. So they'll clean that up as they go to review it. They continue to show the replay, but it definitely looks like the ball came out. Here comes the review, and the call will be reversed. He is down, but they are going to say that it was a penalty on Washington for the offsides, which is what it appeared to be at the pre-snap. Just jumped the gun was the defensive end for the Washington Huskies. I mean, he was trying to time it, almost had it timed up perfectly. Zion Tupiolo was the offender, so it'll be 1st and 5 from the 6th to clean this up. 1st and 5 from the 6th. After all that, the play did not count. 1:56 on the clock. Here's the snap. Nix hands it off to Irving. Irving's going to go in. He's going to score. It is a touchdown. Make that Jordan James. Excuse me. That was Jordan James that runs the ball up the gut for a 6-yard score. And somehow, some way, the Oregon Ducks have taken a 3-point lead, extra point pending. Here's the extra point attempt. The snap, the kick is up, the kick is good, and it is 24-20, 1:51 left in the third quarter. Somehow, the Ducks have the lead. We'll be back.
Here's good news. There's still a need for hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity professionals in the U.S. right now. And My Computer Career is training people to help meet the demand. No IT experience? No problem. Take the free career evaluation today. Start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Hey, Braves Country, this is Mac McGee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free, and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back. kickoff, as it has been all night long. Brand new for the 2024 Braves. Apologize, I thought I hit the button. We are back. Kickoff in and out of the end zone. So we are set for the last 16 minutes and 51 seconds of the Pac-12 championship, with the Oregon Ducks leading the Washington Huskies. Number 5 versus number 3, 24-20. Shotgun snap. Penix drops back to pass. Drifting. He's going to get pressured. Flips it over to the right-hand side. There's nobody over there. It's out of bounds. 2nd and 10. I believe he may have been out of the pocket, so if so, he will not get called for intentional grounding. But there was definitely nobody over there. The closest receiver to the ball was the Oregon Duck himself. Shotgun formation. 2nd and 10. 1 high, 3 down wide. Dylan Johnson in the backfield. He goes in motion. Penix rolls out to his left, rolling. Fires it over to the left-hand side, making the catch, rumbling up for a first down, and he's got more. They cannot get him down. It'll eventually get whistled for the stop. But a first down for the Washington Huskies. Good athletic play by Devin Culp, the tight end for the Huskies. Culp, a senior from Spokane, 6'4", 237 pounds. Shotgun formation. Two up top wide. Culp as well. Drops back to pass. Fires it over to the right-hand side. Making the catch is Ozune. And Ozune gets shoved out of bounds. Rome Odunze shoved out of bounds, but it's going to be a Washington Huskies first down. 50 seconds left here in the third quarter. Washington trailing the game just by 4. Once led this game 20-3. Penix drops back to pass. Here comes the rush. Fires the ball down the right side. Making the catch. And a dandy of a grab is Jalen McMillan. And the Huskies are in the red zone. Penix throwing off his back foot once again, but this time placed it perfectly. McMillan tackled at about the 19-yard line, and that's where we will begin the fourth quarter of the Pac-12 title game. We'll be back in a flash. Saturday, 3 p.m. Eastern, it's the Army-Navy game. Army Black Knights go head-to-head with the Navy Midship, an American classic that dates all the way back to 1890. The Armchair Quarterbacks Radio Network will be there bringing you the action. Army-Navy, Saturday, 3 p.m. Eastern, right here on youtube.com/@BravesCountry.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes 1 free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
Here's good news. There's still a need for hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity professionals in the U.S. right now. And My Computer Career is training people to help meet the demand. No IT experience? No problem. Take the free career evaluation today. Start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
Welcome back. 1st and 10 at the 19-yard line of the Oregon Ducks. Actually, they're going to place it at the 20. I think that might have been a bad spot. Regardless, they're in the red zone. 1st and 20, shotgun snap. Penix drops back to pass, drifting, and the ball comes out. Is that a fumble or is that a defender falls on the ball? Oregon defender falls on the ball, and they're motioning like it is a fumble recovery. Penix is convinced that his arm was going forward. We'll have to see what happens here. I'm sure they'll look at the replay. The other thing was the defender looked like that he may have been out of bounds right before he touched that ball. He was. It does look like that he reestablished himself in time. But looking at the replay of Penix himself, that is 20 years ago, that's definitely an incomplete pass. Nowadays, I don't know what the hell's an incomplete pass. The ball, his arm was going forward, the ball was going forward. But whether or not the ball was in his hand as it was going forward, it doesn't appear that it was. We'll just have to see how they rule it on the field, rule it in the box, excuse me. On the field, it's being ruled a fumble and a fumble recovery. So that's going to be the argument on, is there enough to overturn that? The ball came out of the back of his hand as his arm was going forward. So you could make the argument, if you're an Oregon fan, you're making the argument that the ball came out of his hand and then his arm came forward. If you're a Washington fan, you're saying no, the ball was in his hand as it was going forward, and they are going to call it an incomplete pass. Like I said, years ago, it's a no doubter. It's definitely an incomplete pass. In today's goofy rules that they have, you never know what they're going to call it. I think in the NFL, they end up ruling that a fumble. So I've seen it many times this year. But nonetheless, it's 2nd and 10. Washington Huskies. I've always felt like if the intent was to throw the ball and the ball went forward, that should be an incomplete pass. Pistol formation. Here's the snap. Penix hands it off to Johnson. Johnson knifes his way up the right-hand side for about a 6-yard gain. It'll be third down and about either a very short 4 or a long 3. Northwestern, by the way, has a 2-point lead on the number 1 team in the country, Purdue, with about 6 minutes left in that one. If you remember last year, Northwestern knocked off number 1 Purdue. So 3rd and 3. Ball is at the 13.5-yard line. The line to gain is the 10. Shotgun formation. Penix runs off to the left-hand side. He will easily get the first down to about the 8-yard line. Got slammed into by the tackler. Penix putting his body out there, and we got an Oregon Duck down. I think it might have been the man with the tackle. Penix slammed into him. I'm not sure if that was him or not. It might have been a different player. No, it wasn't. It might have been someone in that melee, though. The backer that he hit is fine, and it was one of the other kids. We'll get it cleaned up when we come back. We'll be back in a flash. Pac-12 championship.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Hey, Braves Country, this is Mac McGee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free, and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's the Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
Brand new for the 2024 Braves Country Radio broadcast season. Along with pitch by pitch, play by play, the classic call of Braves Country Baseball, we will bring you a live pregame show and postgame show. Phone lines wide open for you to call, react, or ask your questions along with the chat. That's Braves Country today pregame, Braves Country tonight postgame. We'll see you in 2024. Welcome back. First and goal for the Huskies. 13:55 on the clock. Washington trails by 4. Here's the shotgun snap. Penix hands the ball off. Dylan Johnson up the left-hand side. Rumbles down to about the 3-yard line. It'll be 2nd and goal. Second and goal. Ball at the 3-yard line. Shotgun snap. It's a keeper. It's going to be a wildcat. Keeper by Johnson. He runs up to about the 1-yard line, 3rd and about 1. 3rd and goal at about the 1-yard line. See if they keep that wildcat formation in play. Third and goal. Penix, shotgun formation, bunched over to the left-hand side. Here's the handoff to Johnson. Johnson rumbles into the end zone, and it is a touchdown for the Huskies. They lead it by 2, extra point pending. Dylan Johnson with the 1-yard run. Ducks trail by 3. They will get the ball back. 12:23 on the clock. $12:23 on the clock. The kick, the snap, it's up, it's good, and it's 27-24 Washington. Leads it by 3. We'll be back in a flash. Saturday, 3 p.m. Eastern, it's the Army-Navy game. Army Black Knights go head-to-head with the Navy Midshipmen, an American classic that dates all the way back to 1890. The Armchair Quarterbacks Radio Network will be there bringing you the action. Army-Navy, Saturday, 3 p.m. Eastern, right here on youtube.com/@BravesCountry.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes 1 free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
Here's good news. There's still a need for hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity professionals in the U.S. right now. And My Computer Career is training people to help meet the demand. No IT experience? No problem. Take the free career evaluation today. Start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
Welcome back. Pac-12 championship game, and it's been a dandy. Washington leads this one 27-24. Washington wins. They'll be heading to the college football playoffs. Oregon wins. They'll have some scoreboard watching to do tomorrow. So we've got a jam-packed Saturday in the college football landscape. Noon Eastern, the Big 12 championship. Number 6 Texas versus number 14 Oklahoma State. Washington set to kick off. They drill it deep into the end zone, and it will not be returned. Bo Nix and company will take over at their own 25-yard line. We will come on with the pregame show at 2:30 Eastern for the Southeastern Conference Championship game. Georgia Bulldogs, number 1 in the land, facing the number 8 Crimson Tide of Alabama. We will bring you play-by-play of that game, 4 o'clock Eastern. And then at 8 o'clock tomorrow night, you got the Big Ten championship game, Iowa and Michigan. Number 2 Michigan versus Iowa, and then number 4 Florida State at 8 o'clock as the shotgun snap handoff is up the middle to Bucky Irving. Irving dips and dives for about a 5-6 yard gain. It'll be 2nd and 4. Number 4 Florida State will face number 14 Louisville at 8 o'clock as well. And after all those games are finished, we'll have a clear picture of who will be announced at noon Eastern on Sunday for the college football playoffs. Shotgun snap. Bo Nix fakes the pitch. Now he's going to throw it to the right side. Bucky Irving makes the catch. Looks like he may have gotten the first down, and they are going to give him credit for the line to game. It's 1st and 10 at the 35 of Oregon. He was right there. $11:25 on the clock. Both teams with all of their timeouts left. Shotgun formation. Ducks. Snap the ball, hand it off to Irving. Irving gets dropped for about a 2-yard loss, and it's 2nd and 12. The easiest thing that could happen for the committee would be for all 4 conference champions to win, for all 4 undefeated conference champions to have 4 undefeated conference champions is what I'm trying to say. And you would have Washington, Florida State, Michigan, and Georgia going to the playoffs. Shotgun snap, ball's flipped out there to the right side. Irving makes a catch, and he is going to get tackled after about a 1-yard gain. It's 3rd and 10. But if Oregon wins, the question is, do they go in over Texas? If Texas wins. If Texas wins, would they go in over Alabama if they were to beat Georgia? Shotgun formation. 2 up high, 2 down low. 1 back set. Irving is in the backfield. Nix comes to the line to change the call. Here's the snap. Nix, it's going to be a keeper, and he's going to get dropped for about a 0.5-yard sack. It'll be 4th down. Bad decision by Bo Nix. And the Ducks will have to punt. And the Huskies have got themselves a chance to put a stranglehold on this game. Here's the punt, high and deep, down to about the 20-yard line. It's going to roll out of bounds at about the 18, and that's where Washington will take over. 9:04 left in the game. The Ducks desperately needing a stop the Huskies looking to eat up some clock when we come back. Saturday, 3 p.m. Eastern, it's the Army-Navy game. Army Black Knights go head-to-head with the Navy Midship, an American classic that dates all the way back to 1890. The Armchair Quarterbacks Radio Network will be there bringing you the action. Army-Navy, Saturday, 3 p.m. Eastern, right here on youtube.com/@BravesCountry.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes 1 free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
Here's good news. There's still a need for hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity professionals in the U.S. right now. And My Computer Career is training people to help meet the demand. No IT experience? No problem. Take the free career evaluation today. Start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
Welcome back. We got ourselves one heck of a ball game here. Washington and Michael Penix will take over at their own 18-yard line, leading by 3, 9:04 here in the fourth quarter. Shotgun snap. Penix drops back to pass, drifting, fires it down towards the left-hand side, and an over-the-shoulder catch. Oh, mercy. Over-the-shoulder catch by Jalen Polk, and it's a Washington Husky first down. Not a particularly good pass, but a great catch by Polk. Ball was right there in the chest plate of the defender, but Reed had not turned his head. Shotgun formation from the 43. Handoff to Johnson. Johnson churning, diving for about a 5-yard gain. It'll be second down. Really, the difference in this game is Dylan Johnson on the ground. Dylan Johnson has rushed for over 100 yards once again against Oregon. The Ducks, from their tailbacks, have only gotten 55 yards on 14 carries. 2nd and 5 from the 48. Ducks defense needing a big stop. 7:45 on the clock. Pistol set. Here's the snap, the handoff. No, fakes the handoff. Penix is going to have himself first down as he throws the stiff arm. He rumbles for about a 7-yard gain. And the Huskies are in Duck territory. 1st and 10. I think you can pretty much seal the deal Jaden Daniels is going to win the Heisman Trophy. Bo Nix needed a big night tonight to put his stamp on the Heisman Trophy, and he has not had it. 20 of 33 with 176 yards and 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. 6:58 on the clock. Pistol set. Penix. Play action pass. Fires it across the middle. Catch is made. And it is another Washington Husky first down. Penix finds his receiver, Polk, just out of the outstretched arm of the defender in the zone coverage. Polk couldn't keep his footing. If he could, he's probably in the end zone. 1st and 10 from the 25. Ducks defense on its heels. Here's a snap. Swing pass over to the right-hand side, and once again, it'll be a catch and pitch and catch to McMillan. McMillan's got about a 5 or 6 yard gain. It'll be second down. Dan Lanning and company out of answers. 5:58 on the clock. Tick, 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 tick. 2nd and 5. Needing a big stop. And conversely, we'll need a big drive by Bo Nix and company when they get the ball. But what will the score be? 2nd and 5. Play action. Catch and pitch over to McMillan again. It's a Washington Huskies first down. 5:36 left on the clock. Runner got out of bounds, but remember, they changed the rule in college football. Until we get under 5 minutes, the clock will not stop. Getting out of bounds had it briefly paused the clock, but it did not stop it. 1st and 10. Pistol formation. Johnson set to get the handoff. He does. Handoff rolls over the Ducks defense, and it is a gain of about 8 or 9 yards. 2nd and very short. Ducks are just getting pushed off the line. I think the defense may be a bit out of gas. Pistol formation, 2nd and 1 from the 4-yard line. Ducks needing a miracle. Here's the snap. Fires it into the end zone and out of bounds. It'll be 3rd and 1. Tried to do a back shoulder fade. Throw was nowhere near the intended receiver. While this is going on, the number 1 ranked team in the country in college basketball, Purdue, is in danger of falling to Northwestern again, back-to-back years. They trailed by 2 with 2.7 seconds left in that one. Shotgun formation, 4:18 on the clock. All geared over to the right-hand side. Here's the snap, the handoff, and Dylan Johnson will muscle his way for a Washington Husky first down. Huskies just 4 yards away from putting this game not necessarily all the way out of reach, but it would be a tough task to come back from 2 scores with 4 minutes left. Less than 4 minutes. As the clock continues to wind down, 3:45 on the clock. Penix and company taking their time getting to the line. Shotgun formation. Looks like it's the Wildcat again. Johnson will pitch it. It'll be caught on the end around, but stopped for no gain by Bernard. Jeremy Bernard with the pitch and catch once again, and it's 2nd and goal. Remember, that's the play that they scored off of. Michael Penix Jr., so far in this game. 1 interception, 311 yards, but no touchdown passes. That touchdown pass earlier was credited to Dylan Johnson. Exact same play call that they just got stopped for there. So 2nd and goal, 2:55 on the clock. Penix under center, rolls out, fires it into the back of the end zone, just throws it out of bounds so he doesn't get sacked for a loss. It's 3rd and goal. He's running out of room, running out of time, had to get rid of the ball. It'll be 3rd and goal. You got to figure Washington's going to play it a little conservatively. You don't want to go for it here on 4th down if you don't get it. You at least want to get the field goal to force Oregon to have to score a touchdown. Oregon hoping to get that big stop. Washington just 2 yards away. Shotgun formation. Penix fakes, fires it over to the right side. Touchdown, Huskies! And Washington takes a 9-point lead here in the 4th quarter. Quentin Moore on the catch. Penix Jr. with his first touchdown pass of the game. And the Washington Huskies look to be headed to the college football playoffs. Here's the snap. Here's the kick. It's up. It's good. And it's a 10-point game. 2:44 left in the game. Oregon to receive the ball, trailing by 10. They do have all 3 of their timeouts. We will be back in a flash. The Pac-12 championship right here on Braves Country Radio.
Here's good news. There's still a need for hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity professionals in the U.S. right now. And My Computer Career is training people to help meet the demand. No IT experience? No problem. Take the free career evaluation today. Start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Hey, Braves Country, this is Mac McGee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free, and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Brand new for the 2024 Braves Country Radio broadcast season. Along with pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play, the classic call of Braves Country Baseball, we will bring you a live pregame show and postgame show. And the phone lines wide open for you to call, react, or ask your questions along with the chat. That's Braves Country today pregame, Braves Country tonight postgame. We'll see you in 2024. Kickoff is high and deep, and once again, not returned. We have not had a kickoff returned in this game. Really is amazing. You expect that in a NFL game, college football game, not so much. So, Bo Nix and the Oregon Ducks will try to pull off a miracle here. Down by 10, 2:44 on the clock. They've got all three of their timeouts. If they could score quickly, it ain't over. Shotgun formation. Nix drops back to pass. Plenty of time. Now he's going to scramble out and roll out. He's going to run for the first down. Slides. Feet first slide. He'll get out there to the first down marker. It's 1st and 10. Clock is not stopping with the chains. 1st and 10. Pass is thrown over the middle. Catch is made. Running down the sidelines. Is he going to score? He's going to get in. Touchdown. Touchdown, Ducks. Are they going to say he's out of bounds? He looked like he stayed in bounds, but maybe he got pushed out. They're calling him out at the 4. If he's out, he's barely out. It's to be noted the referee fell. And looking at the replay, I had the call right the first time. He did not step out of bounds. That is a touchdown. Should be a touchdown. They should be taking a look at this. He never stepped out of bounds. When he was pushed out of bounds, he had already gone over the pylon. At worst case scenario, he's out at like the half-yard line. It's definitely not the 4. The umpire, who's line judge, who, to put it politely, is out of shape, got pushed around, and I think he just guessed that he may have stepped out. But it's odd because he didn't get pushed out and onto the ground until, it was, the receiver had already crossed past him. We'll have to wait on the ruling. They are reviewing this. Bo Nix threw an absolute seed over the middle. And Trayshawn Holden, it is a touchdown. So I had it right the first time. Touchdown Ducks. And they're down by 4, extra point pending. How about that? Just like that. So this really opens up the possibilities, because with 1:58 left and 3 timeouts, you're not necessarily forced to go for the onside kick. You could very well kick the ball deep, try to play defense and get the ball back. But the problem is, with 1:58 left on the clock, you are definitely going to have to get a 3 and out. Any first down would pretty much end the game. Time is being called. I don't know if it's the umpires or what they're doing. Pac-12 officiating crew might be taking a look at the actual clock itself. And yeah, they should take a look at the clock, because I'm looking at it right now. It should be closer to 2:14 on the clock. And that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to put the seconds back on the clock. So 2:14 on the clock doesn't really change your game plan, your strategy by much if you're Oregon. Here's the snap, the hold, the kick. It's up, it's good. And we got ourselves a 3-point ball game here in the Pac-12 championship. Holy cow. We got ourselves a ball game here. .2:14 on the clock. Oregon will most likely kick the ball deep and try to play defense. Unless they have some kind of a trick play that they are on. It does look like that the kicker is lining up for a possible onside kick. So this is interesting because if you kick the ball deep and you stop Washington, you would get the ball back in field goal range, close to field goal range. Instead, they're going to unload it unless this is a trick. Here is the kick. They are going for the onside kick. That ball is going to get batted out of bounds by the Huskies, and they'll take over shop at about their own 45-yard line. So a bad decision by Dan Lanning and company to go for the onside kick and came nowhere near it. I thought maybe they were just setting it up and they would try to pooch kick it to bury him deep. But this is 2 times in a row in the Washington-Oregon game that Lanning has made some poor decisions down the stretch. We'll see if his defense can bail him out. If his defense can stand tall, ball is on the 45-yard line, shotgun formation. Penix hands it off to Johnson. Johnson rumbles up for about a 3-yard gain. It'll be 2nd and 7. It'll also be interesting to see how aggressive is Washington. Do they risk throwing the ball? With a couple of things that could happen with that. You throw the ball, you could get the ball turned over. You could also have the incomplete pass. And if you do that, obviously, it saves the timeout for the Ducks. Really was a big play by Trayshawn Holden to stay in bounds. The 6'3" junior out of Kissimmee, Florida, stayed in bounds and went the distance for the touchdown and gave Oregon a puncher's chance, because had they had to knife their way down the field and eat clock and maybe even blow a timeout here and there, it would have made it almost an all or nothing onside kick instead. So I was a little surprised that they went for the onside kick, and it was not a very well scripted onside kick. But here we go, 2nd and 7, 2:08 on the clock, 2 timeouts for the Ducks. Shotgun snap, handoff right up the middle. Johnson's going to get dropped for about a 2-yard gain, and it's 3rd and 5. So 3rd and 5, another timeout. Penix and the Huskies appear to be willing to ride Dylan Johnson. And they could have a trick up their sleeve. Could they do a play-action pass? Devin Culp could be a target in that situation. They drag him out on a play-action pass, the tight end, who has 1 catch for 13 yards. You could also do something very low risk, high reward, like a bubble screen. They're saying 3rd and 4. It looked closer to 5. It'll be a long 4, short 5. How about that? Shotgun formation. Penix dials it up, drops back, fires it over to the right-hand side. He's got the first down. Pushed out of bounds, and it's 1st and 10 Huskies. Oregon still has 1 timeout left, so they wouldn't be able to wind the clock all the way down, but they could come close. Just an out pattern, McMillan on the catch. Shotgun formation, handoff to Johnson. Johnson goes to the right-hand side. He rumbles up towards about a 5-6 yard gain, but there is a flag on the play, and it looks like it's going to be in the area of an offensive holding call. We'll have to see. And that is one thing that could stop the clock. Holding call on Washington. They hit number 71 with it. Calpo. The left guard. I mean, he did hold him, but then again, you can make that argument on just about any what he got called for. Linemen do almost every play. Shotgun snap, handoff is to Dylan Johnson. Dylan Johnson runs it up the middle, and it is going to be stopped for about a 1 yard gain. Second down. They did choose to use their timeout here. Actually, they may not have to use their timeout because a Washington player is down. See how they rule this, but essentially that could be a Washington injury timeout. One of the Washington linemen is down. And while that's going on, Dylan Johnson, who has been the MVP of this game, he is bent over. Looks like he is in pain. Now, I don't know if it's something serious or what, but he was bent over, wincing. He's still out there on the field getting, well, they were trying to attempt to give him some form of Powerade or what have you, but he denied it. He just, I don't know what his issue is, but he was definitely wincing in pain. But he appears to be okay and is going to stay out there. Dan Lanning's wanting to get some kind of a call on this, and I am interested by it because typically on a play like that, Oregon would get their timeout back. Let's see what happens here. It doesn't appear that they gave him the timeout back, but that doesn't mean anything that we're going off the scoreboard operator. So, shotgun snap, handoff is to Johnson. Johnson rumbles ahead for about a 5 or 6 yard gain. It's going to be third and long, excuse me. Minute 38 left on the clock. They'll be able to get it down to about a minute before they have to snap it again. Best case scenario, Oregon will get the ball back with around 15 to 20 seconds left. This is assuming something doesn't go awry. Northwestern leads Purdue by 3 with 8 seconds left in that one. I believe Washington's calling a timeout. It's interesting, too, that there really is strange that Oregon was not allowed to keep that timeout because it was an injury timeout for the Husky player that was on the field. But 3rd and 9. Minute left. Best case scenario for Oregon. The ball is snapped. They eat up about 40 seconds or so. They would get the ball back with about 15 seconds. No timeouts. Would have to get in field goal range somehow. About the only thing that would save them here is a turnover, a block punt. Little surprised they're still in shotgun formation. More likelihood of a turnover. Shotgun formation, pitch off to Johnson. Johnson, he's going to get a first down. This game is over. The Oregon Ducks defense got gashed on the final play, and Dylan Johnson is going to bring home the Pac-12 championship to the Huskies, the final Pac-12 championship in the history of college football. As this conference is coming to a close, we got ourselves one heck of a ball game. 34-31 will be your final. Penix is going to take the kneel down on the final play of the game, and that will do it. Washington 34, Oregon 31. The Huskies are heading to the college football playoffs. Congratulations, Washington. Player of the game, without a doubt, is Dylan Johnson. Dylan Johnson, we'll get the final numbers for you here. Dylan Johnson finished, well, not only did he have a touchdown pass, which I don't know if that's really a touchdown pass because it was just a shovel pass, but 28 carries, 152 yards, 2 touchdown runs, and the Huskies are a perfect 13-0, and I cannot figure out why Holly Rowe is interviewing Michael Penix to start it off. You got to interview Johnson. Bad job by Rowe and ESPN. We will see you tomorrow for the pregame show, 2:30, SEC Championship game, 4 o'clock, play-by-play, right here on Braves Country Radio. Have a great night, y'all. Congratulations, Washington.